And hello, everyone. Welcome to Clarion Corp Trials, the first season. I'm so happy. We are covering the finals today, and we have our first game, Baguette Boys versus General Dunbury Squad. I am here with Blank, the GOAT. How are you doing today?
Wagwan, I am doing great on. Over here in the east, it's currently 10:16 a.m., and we're here for a good time to watch some of the finals of the Clarion Corp Trials.
He's East? Ugh, East. No, I'm kidding. I'm also East. Doesn't matter. The big thing is that we're casting. We're from NA. We're casting EU stuff. Yeah, EU's a dead region. Smile. Anyways, that does remind me. We already have our map draft set up. We have an only often ban Outloud Tycho pick. So the main three games we're gonna be looking at are Outloud Tycho and Night Market as our last pick. What do you think of these maps? I mean, I don't think you know much, but the main two maps that we're going to be probably looking at is like ILAP and Tycho. These two maps are being played the most in the EU scene.
I don't keep up with the competitive scene as much as I should, and honestly, I really do need to just get on that. But Alab and Tycho are very common picks in pro play that I've seen in general. Just very, very good maps that a lot of people like to go on. As for why, I'm sure that each team has their own reasons and things they can play around. Like at Lab, you can go for a few sad boys angles if you get creative enough. Tycho, working with the drums and using the drums to pass to your allies and stuff like that, getting set up for some pretty creative plays.
Yeah, we already have most of the game set up. We're just currently waiting on them to start. We have Spark of Agility and Castellast start. Rune Bana, Mako Bana as well from both sides. And surprisingly, I want to see an Oxy come out, actually. Even Era, because Era's been crazy this patch. So hopefully we get to see one of those two characters, because again, they kind of change the game really easily if you know how to play them right.
Yeah, crazy might be an understatement. With this new cast time reduction on Era's primary, the Bewitching Beam, she's going to be very strong for whichever side has her. Because as long as she can just keep core control and just keep using her primary on whoever the other forward is, she can dominate the game, and it will be very scary to see. But it does look like General Dunbury Squad is going for it, or they're just pressing the random, and the lobby has been terminated.
On City! Oh my god.
Some settings were incorrect, so they're going right back for it.
GG's, not in City lore. All good.
It's okay, they changed it back to Atlas Lab. We're completely fine.
Yeah. The big thing is, I wonder whether or not, well, okay, hold on. But it's a genuine question, but do you think that, Spark of Leadership is good? Real question.
I think it's tolerable. Obviously, it's not going to be as strong because not every Spark is in rotation, so Spark Exodia is out of the question, but I still feel like as long as you have Spark of Leadership and you're somehow able to get two other Sparks, it's still a pretty good awakening to have.
Guys, I love it when I take Spark of Leadership and I give my teammates 2 health, 1 CD, and 2 speed. All good. I don't think it even gives power. Actually, no, it does. I think it gives 2 power.
It
2
does give
power.
power, yes.
Yeah, 2 power, 2 speed, and like 5 health, and like 1 CD reduction point. Roasty Toasty, lock in the Dubu actually. Very, very great pick actually for Atlas Lab, especially with the corners.
Yeah, for sure. Kind of scared to see what comes out from the Baguette boys here. If with the Castellas, they do end up picking an arrow, which could make General Dunbury's squad have a pretty rough game here. But they do offer the Kazan and Atlas. Pretty common to see lockdown goalies on Atlas Lab.
No Kai. Well, not no Kai. No Era and no Octavia, man. I thought it was gonna be fun. All good.
You
But
know what? That's
surprisingly, with
completely
Jakar
fine.
though. Jakar this patch goes crazy though.
I haven't seen too much Jakar, even with what's been happening recently. So I'm excited to see what Mayoshi has in store for us.
Yo, Trek last patch goes so hard. I mean, if knowers know, the Ignis lore, it came true literally almost every game, bro. 10 plus KOs as we get onto a really quick start. Both barriers being taken Miyoshi with the secondary as well. Finds both barriers, and now they're looking to set up very quickly. Roasty Toasty looking to defend here. Gonna win a couple strike wars. Does Miyoshi first point in the bag?
Already a very dominant start. And they were just really able to keep that core control and just win a lot of those strike wars early on. also getting rid of the middle black hole opened up a lot of space for them as it is right now. Probably about to get this barrier in a second as long as they win their interactions. But the side of General Dunbury's squad is keeping it away, but Umbre does go down to the Kazan open primary, and they do end up losing that goal. Mayoshi about to take the second barrier, and goal is looking very scary for the side of General Dunbury's squad.
Yeah, and enjoy Rossi Tosi winning a strike word, desperate strike word to win actually, as Dunbury is looking to capitalize on this offensive push here. Pass the secondary up, and everyone's doing a great job dribbling and just keeping the core away from the enemy team so far, but it could become close to wraps as almost everyone on Baguette Boys does have a flip up for grab potentially if he can just get a cripple more strikes in. Marinko's getting the first flip of the game, and oh my god, that Kazan, what a just strike.
Yeah, definitely a very good shot in the bottom side right there. Good narrow angle that most people aren't always ready for, and this is a very dangerous point to potentially end the set on, because all of Baguette squad basically has a flip right now. So if they keep up a good offensive pressure, then I'm not sure if General Dunbury's squad will be able to stop them very well.
Yeah, first barrier being taken. Marinko does still has his flip up for grabs. Miyoshi also coming up on flips too. They have 3 flips basically online. They get a couple more strikes in as well. And this corner off is looking really good so far. Braz is popping the flip first. Marinko is flipping in response, and now Zelos and Miyoshi looking to capitalize on this offense. Pops the black hole as well. Atlas Res does come out, hopefully try to get some health going on as they burn the flip. One flip being used on the offense to find any value as that core does fly past the flip for the defense, and now look like an even game so far. Rosie Tosia also has flip on board. Another defensive maneuver doesn't actually pop the flip to save that barrier. Now it's an open goal situation for the Baguette Boys. They're actually looking really good right now as secondary is popped. Almost finds the kill as well, but that Dubu's still holding on.
Yep, and they got this core flip, which would make it pretty good, but David and Umbre need to put on a really strong offensive right now. And if they wanted to get this barrier, especially from this Atlas. But Umbre almost goes down the open primary, and they do get the barrier with David pulling the Atlas out of position. Core flip, but cannot quite get off in time as they lose the strike war to the Kazan.
Flip not being burned, costing the set there, and Zelos MVP. He did take up the spark of agility, and we'll have Mighty Colossus too boot as well. Maybe even Big Fish as well, but you could also worry about the stacks on stacks too. A lot of speed could help in this game if you want to keep them under wraps. Well, let's see what he chooses here. He does go for the Big Fish, and Kai does get stacks and stacks as well. The main thing is that I thought we would be taking stacks because again, General Dumpery has so much speed. In general, because he has cast loss as well, and that Kai secondary is popping around like 500 speed, I guess, maybe 550.
Well, I'm sure that we shouldn't question their vision. I'm sure that the size will probably scale pretty well towards the end. But we'll see how that goes, because unfortunately Zelos did lose that interaction right there, and both barriers are down for the sides of Baguette Boys already. So even with how the first set went, Umbre's squad is putting on a really good offensive right now.
Yeah, both barriers being burnt, but Miyoshi also has the core in possession, trying to at least work their way through, but that Kai is so dangerous, so quick, and so agile. Goes for the KO. David's still alive, though. Good for him as they look to take on the second barrier. Hook is good. Sets the core away, and oh my god, if that Giga Blast hit, that's a goal right there. Lucky for them as they're looking to keep on the offensive. The corner shot is good, top side.
That would have been an extremely good Giga if Umbre ended up hitting it, but David was still able to follow up on that play. And as long as they keep up what they're doing right now, just working with each other, they should be able to secure these points pretty easily. But as I say that, they do lose the barrier. Core in a very rough spot right now. Gotta get out of that corner. And goes down the bottom side. Umbre walking up on it, is able to get that barrier, and now they just have to try and get past what looks like a triple goalie for the moment.
Yeah, and so far they're building up the flip really quickly as well. Miyoshi basically almost prepared for it, but also have to worry out the other team as well. They're also coming out on flip very, very quickly as the black hole pops. Rositosi a little bit too far up and loses that barrier as well. Open goal situation now. Zelos and Miyoshi looking to capitalize off of this offense. Zelos about to get there, has the Kazan, has the strike where it's necessary to win, but now Rositosi has flip. Would be very dangerous if needed because he can turn that core very, very quickly onto the other side, but his offense is holding up so far. Miyoshi and Zealous both have flip up versus the flip,
Oh my.
deflected by the Dubu Tofu Fortress, and now it's looking like an even game so far. It's a see the Giga Blast as well. General, I mean, with the great Giga Blast, almost gets the core in with the Dubu overtime special, as both flips are burned as well. No flips on the board. This is a very close game, and if Roasty Toasty pops the flip soon, or even gets the flip onto David, then this could be a very, very crucial point. Has the flip now, burns the flip, hooked away by Zelos, and now it looks like an even game.
Yeah, definitely a very good showing over here. But as we can see, the core's on that side. Cannot quite get the goal in, though. Umber Squad looking a bit rough right now as Baguette Boys are just able to keep this control. But Roasty Toasty does have the flip, so they do have a bit of a defensive advantage. Does not look like they're able to use it. But David goes down, but the core does just slip right past Roasty Toasty, just not ready for the Drek.
That Drek is very scary, and we should just pop you right there. Just a casual jump scare, as Rasmus is basically kind of reset on the energy department, though. Actually, good for him, as he actually, I think, bursted earlier and didn't have like a lot of energy to begin with. So, all right, starting on a fresh, clean template as well. You gotta pop this black hole. You're trying to pop it at least. They're just hitting around it, just hitting the core back and forth. Does pop the black hole eventually. Zealous looking really low now, staggered. Could potentially be looking for a kill here, but the Atlas Res does come out. Jumping on, trying to dribble away, trying to chip away at this Atlas's ult. It's not really Zealous not really budging around and keeping his abilities forward now, as Rasmus and General Umber trying to set up into this corner now. Doesn't get it through, as Zealous does clear it away for the time being. That Giga Blast almost good again. The Rasmus also coming out, trying to keep the core away. But Miyoshi still has complete control. Finds one barrier, almost finds a second as well, as Zealous works the corner. Dubu, a lot of abilities coming out, everything being thrown onto the corner, as well as the black hole is popped yet again. Zealous whiff flip, and so is Malrinko's, as Miyoshi starting to look the corner, trying to get the core to Zealous, but Daryl Dumfries is doing so well, trying to just keep the core away, and he's been getting a lot of opportunities, but it doesn't feel like it's being capitalized on just yet.
And that was a pretty good Giga. Oh, burst comes out from Zelos. Is saved, but Roasty Toasty's flip does also go down. David is getting really close to theirs. Does have it, uses it, shoots at the bottom, does take that barrier. And now the goal is open. However, Atlas does have the burst. All they have to do is just try and hold on to that as much as they can, which I believe with the offensive that they've been putting up on the side of Baguette Boys, they should be able to do. But getting through this Dubu is proving a bit difficult for them at the moment. As I say that, as he just uses the shotgun to get right through. Flip's still up. Zealous moving forward, and the black hole is back up. And this black hole has been a pretty good driving force in whether or not a team goes to a certain side, but Zealous does shoot into the bottom corner with the pop and sinks it.
Yeah, Zealous and Miyoshi have been working the offense extremely well and finding Roasty Toasty in places he does not want to be, and that allows him to get scored on very easily. And Davida and Jumbo Aubrey need to step up their game as quickly as they can, as Marinko's does still have flip on board, and that Alice is being a huge trouble. One barrier found now. 8 seconds into the game, we have 10 seconds, as the Rasmus is getting really low as well. Sad Boy's angle comes through, almost finds it, but Zealous is right there, finding a double barrier as well. It could be Raps as soon as possible, as the flip jumps down to the bottom side, almost a good pass! But Zealous with the angle, no one expected that, and Baguette Boys take another set away.
Yeah, that was a very impressive point from the side Baguette Boys. Malric does end up being the MVP of that set, and the twin drive is there, but if there's a chance that they want to go for anything else, it could be Timeless, but the twin drive will probably be picked up here, is what I'm going to guess. Yep, twin drive does get picked up, and Sparkle Leadership does go down to the Kai. Don't want to have that on the side of Baguette Boys.
Indeed, and that Rasmus, Pummelers, as well as Prize Fire, they just need to stay alive for the time being in order to keep chipping away at the damage department. Honestly, I don't think I've seen any KOs come out for Dumpy squad just yet, so maybe they're trying to build on it for now, but right now they kind of just have to worry about getting the core through, as they're looking to start this new set off at least with a fresh palette. But currently one barrier being falling, and Miyoshi and Zealous just working the corner so well yet again. They're doing so well against this Dubu, and Davida and General Umbi just have to fight through this, Atlas, but this Atlas is hovering just so well, very low. General Dumfries, worse for wear on the side of health, but they get the second barrier as well. Marinko's about to have flip as well if he gets a few more strikes in, has the corner, but so far he hasn't really had any like defensive pressure at all.
No, not especially. Beautiful Molten Bolt coming out from Mayoshi right there. Uses the primary to try and get the core through, but cannot quite get it. Umbri looking very weak right now. Has to play safe here. Otherwise, they could get caught. Atlas secondary does come out. Zealous does seem to have control of the core, but does lose it barely. David moving up. Gonna try and make a play here, but does not have the support of Umbri that he would need right there to try and make that happen. Rosie saves the core. Special comes out, but unfortunately, that's going to be down for a little while now. And Miyoshi wins the strike war against Umbri and sinks it into the bottom corner.
Yeah, bottom corner is scary. In general, Umbri has been doing his best to keep it away, but it just seems like David is just not almost there, and he just can't get a pass off in time. It just feels like Miyoshi just suffocating General Umbri almost every single time he gets the core, and it's working out so well. One barrier being found on the other side. Miyoshi also coming out on flip, has the flip now. Could potentially use it for a great passing play, but it is deflected by the Giga Blast. Zell is also looking really low as well. But so far, Tosi is doing a good job holding it so far, winning a couple strike wars, but the amount of abilities Kazan has is just too much. As the shotgun blast is good, finds the goal, and now we're at match point for the Baguette Boys.
Honestly, I think it's better that the goal went in on that rather than saving it, because if they had saved it, then Zealous might have gotten those 2 kills and completely reset Tosi's energy. So I do believe that, unfortunate as it is better that that went through, but Special comes out from the Dubu. Keeps on the side of Baguette Boys, and Baguette Boys' Bears do both go down. Now all General Dumbley Squad has to do is just keep up this offensive. David coming up on a burst. Tosi has one. They do lose that top barrier, but they're still safe for now. Lose the bottom barrier. Things are getting scary for them now. A flip might come out soon. Flip does come out from David. Saved away by Malrin's cause. And Umbre and David need to find a play here. Just find a good passing angle, or just win a bunch of interactions in a row against both of the forwards of Baguette Boys. And as I say that, Umbri does just walk up and win each interaction against the Atlas and is able to get that goal for them. So they are not out of this game yet.
Driving force for the offense is the Kai, just looking to outspeed everyone, and maybe this is what they need to start the reverse sweep here. It could be possible. Apparently looking to take another point as well. But so far they need to just work through this offense as well. As also is doing so much to just keep the core at bay, and they almost are coming up on flip again. This would be a very dangerous point if they get full flips online. You gotta end this really fast, but Tosi's doing a good job defending against the Kazan. Finds one barrier for their troubles as they have the speed for it, but Rauenko still has his flip online. Has to be really careful with it, as one flip could change to tides now. Zell is also coming up on flip as well, working on the offense, as David has to try to get set up on this corner here. It's not really working out for him, as Marinko just has every single clear known to man. Even as long as the primary of secondary does come out, has the primary as well. Does come out as well. This is your chance to at least score here. Has to burn the flip as well. Finds the top barrier. And now Miyoshi and Zelos both have a flip up. Burns the flip actually to get past the Dubu wall. Gets deflected. Another flip being deflected. And Zelos is looking really low. Worse for wear. As he has to pick up the orb here. Does get it. Has to burn the flip as well. Corp being held gets it away, and now basically everything is reset now. Umbria and David have a chance to get the core. That's for the second barrier as well. This is your chance to score. If you could do it here, you can send us to a 0.5, and 0.5 are what drive the reverse sweep as the Giga Blast does come through. Overtime working its wonders right now as the red core is going really quickly, whisking around the map as the core is almost found though straight by strike shot, and now David almost has flip up. A couple more strikes could do it here, as he could just easily get the flip and set it right through, because Atlas doesn't really have any abilities right now. Has the primary out as well, just to get past the secondary. Secondary also being burned too. This is a very close match, and just a couple more strikes could do it here. But they just need to get the quarter to beat here. Marco is doing such a good job just clearing it away from the rest. It's not letting him get anywhere. Has to flip now. Could potentially burn it here. Burns it actually to the top side. We have a 0.5.
Yeah, and what a point that was to get to 0.5. Umbri and David have found their flow, and they just need to carry this momentum all the way through to the end. However, that's not to say that Malrignaz is not putting up a good defense. And same with Miyoshi and Zealous helping him on the occasion. Zealous does almost go down by the Raz primary, but Umbri's squad does lose both barriers, and that's very bad for them right now. The game could end right here. But David does pull Miyoshi back just so that he cannot get that offensive pressure. But the core is still on that side. They're trying to keep it in that top corner, but David does slip it right by. Both barriers down for Baguette Boys. This could be the end of the game or the end of the set right here. Umbre's getting very close to a flip, but so is Zelos. Malrignaz actually has a flip right now.
Very scary play yet again. Hook is good. Find some value, but now they have to work through 20 more seconds. until it hits overtime, a very desperate overtime at least for both teams here. A point can win it all, or at least force the reverse sweep incoming, but Marinco's also has flip. Miyoshi also coming up as well. Need to score as quickly as they can, Joe Umbre's squad. So Low actually burns the evade, so now you have a little bit of a saving grace before you actually have to score here. Now overtime kicking in. It's a very crucial .5 if they want to score here. Tofa Fortress is good. But now he's stuck in the bottom corner. Thankfully, the corner doesn't come his way. Comes right back to him, and now he's a passing opportunity. Almost gets it through. Marinko still has flip, though. Has to burn it now. As Rosie Tosi's looking to capitalize now. Has to keep it away from Zealous, who does have flip online now. Could potentially burn it right here. And it's just so dire. They had to keep it away, but Rosie Tosi also has flip too. Can counteract Zealous as they're looking to get the floor. Has the flip up for grabs. Has the burst, and also and Zealous actually bursts first and gets the goal there. That's a game for Baguette Boys right there.
Yeah, that was such a good point, but unfortunately, Rosie Toasty may have just waited a bit too long, giving Zealous time to just walk up and burst. And they were just stunned and couldn't really do anything out of it. Core just flew right by him. But nonetheless, pretty good showing from Umbre Squad right at the end, though. They seem to have found what they needed to do, just couldn't put it into action in time.
Yeah, and if they can keep finding these opportunities that they have been finding recently, then this could be a very interesting game, especially on, I think, their map pick now, actually. Taiko Temple on board as our next map. Classic staple, home to a lot of very, very funny moments. Knowers know of USL Season 2, the whatchamacallit, the game show, I think, or at least the show match, where we had we had a lot of really funny moments. I remember that time where I think was it Nero? Was it Nero? I don't remember, but he ended up Kazan secondary up into the air and letting that go slip right by. It was with J Dog. Very fun moment right there. But Taiko Temple is a very fun map. I wonder whether or not they're gonna keep the same comp actually, or decide to ban out Dubu, because the main thing I want to see from Baguette Boys is that will they take the opportunity to worsen the opponent by taking a, let's say, an Era? Because like I mean, again, Era is such a broken character. They didn't take it first game maybe because they were a little bit on the nerve side and maybe just chose their comfort picks. But if they could, I guess, what's the word? Rehabilitate the opponents more by taking a debuff character and potentially worsening them for the time peak, especially on Taiko too, because the main thing is that you want to keep that core speed. Core speed is very important on that map in particular, because one wrong bounce and it could be over for the game. So maybe they'll try to do that.
Yeah, if there's any map I would like to see Era be played on, it would be Taiko, because the amount of utility that you can give your other forward just by existing would be crazy, because core is most of the time going to be in a very narrow spot if you're trying to hit it in the corner, or just go for the middle angle and you can just primary that, and if your forward's there, then they just get giga-sized and are able to win, or should be able to win most interactions. The tornado is also really good for situations like that, because it forces them to use some energy to either evade clear or to just or they end up dying from it, and it just builds up a ton of energy for Era. But it does set up for a lot of good corner plays. Also, she can have very consistent speed, very fast speed, depending on what awakening she picks up. So she can just keep the core to herself in control for a little bit until her forward's in position, can also just work with the drum. Taiko's a very good map for Era and what she has in her kit.
Yeah, currently that kid is going crazy right now as we are on Taiko Temple now, blue side for the Baguette Boys. And actually, surprisingly, we have Fight or Flight 1 Orb Replicator, my favorite Awakening Orb Replicator, on the board right now. Everyone's probably going to be choosing Fight or Flight, actually. They actually banned the Mako, I think. So I think that would be Rosie Tosi's favorite pick, even though Mako has been gutted recently. So they pick up the dude now, but Mako is very scary. Even the Atlas ban as well, but that leaves Asher on the cards, actually. Asher actually now is actually kind of a better character, in my opinion, with the nerf, actually. Oh no.
We'll see. I mean, it depends on which side has the Era. Because if Era's not on the same side as the Asher, then the Asher's going to have a terrible time, especially when they try to stuff core. As long as the Era just uses Bewitching Beam on her, she will not be able to move or do anything if she tries to stuff that core. It's because with that movement speed nerf on her primary, it's rough for Asher.
Oh, it's gotten really bad. 30 to 60. completely sure. And oh my god, it's
Yeah,
it's a it's a
60%
very
movement
very
speed
good,
loss.
yeah, completely crazy speed loss. And even then, I mean, it kind of allows Asher to play more on top of the goalie, which is good, I guess, for some people. I don't know. I remember talking about this with some of the NA players, and like, yeah, this kind of sucks, but I guess it's how I have to play the game now if you want to play Asher.
Nope, you can't win them all, but we are getting into game here, as we said. Orb starting awakenings are Orb Replicator and Fight or Flight. Fight or Flight probably will be the only picked awakening, but I kind of hope that someone throws in an Orb Replicator.
Ew, it's an orb merchant. Man, this guy, unbelievable.
Orbs
That shit's
are
crazy.
good, bro. My bad.
The orbs, man. I actually wonder what's gonna be picked here. Remember the Mako band being thrown out. This team comp though, looking from their side. Oh my god, there is an era. Let's go. I can't wait to see it. And we immediately switch back onto Definity, but yo, era? You gotta get an era pick somewhere.
I don't really know if I want to see an air pick right now, actually. I feel
Yeah.
like I might regret wishing that into existence.
Oh, the
Mako
era
and
pick.
Atlas bands do come out. Very good bands to have on Tycho. Lockdown goalies are a bit obnoxious to try and get past and through.
Surprisingly, Naruto is opting for the now instead of a regular melee goalie. Actually, very surprising. Miyoshi actually opting for the rune too. Debuff game goes crazy right now. The manager to be doing so much,
Yeah,
doing
the
so
rune
much
is
work.
certainly an interesting pick. I don't see too many runes in, well, EU is probably a different scene, but I've not seen too many runes over in NA that often, so I'm excited to see what Mayoshi's got in store. Rasmus and Dubu coming out for the side of Umbre's squad.
Delos, I don't know what he wants to hover. He's actually going to hover the Asher, and Asher, a very common staple on this map. Very, very good on the corners, and also the Rasmus and Dubu pick as well. Dubu against Asher. I feel like I've seen this before. Flashback straight to NA's ISS. It was a horrible time. I'm telling you right here.
It wasn't that bad, but I do think it's doable. Umbre back on the Kai, just their patent picks. Yep, same team that they ran last time, their comfort picks, and I believe it. I believe. After
This
the end of last game, they seem to have found their flow. So, I mean, different map, but this is their map pick, correct?
I think so.
Yeah, so
Could
I'm
be,
sure they got a
yeah.
great plan in store. Mayoshi looking very weak, and so is Zealous already. A lot of damage coming out from Umbre's squad already. And the now goalie, unfortunately, the now change did not work, but both barriers do go down on Big Ed Boys already. And David shoots into the top corner but cannot quite get it. Umbre uses the barrage,
Oh!
and David uses the pendulum swing to just get the core right through Malric.
Crazy checkmate position right there. As you said earlier, I think they did find their flow, and they're looking to bring it right onto the Taiko Temple right here. Almost everyone having, I guess, level 2 up on grab so far. But that Asher is crazy fast, but instead
My
gets KO'd
goodness.
off the map. Oh my goodness. Bro exploded and completely got shattered. But now General Umbre have a chance to score her. Actually, just the pass back here. Common low elo mix up right there. And constantly, David is looking to take this barrier too. Has one for grabs. Zealous does come back online. Finds the bottom barrier as well. And Tosi also coming up on flip too. He's been doing a good job so far, keeping it away. And actually retains the barrier too. This guy is on fire right now. He even has a flip to boot. As the pendulum swing does find his next target, as the backwards bumper almost gets it through. If that rune pillar wasn't there, that Loki might have went in, and General Umbi just finishes that right up.
Yeah, you can definitely see why this is their map pick now. They are looking, even just in the first 2 points, already looking sensational with what they're able to do. Just getting these barriers with so much ease, stuffing the core, and just really passing to each other, because that was a good play from David, hitting off of the drum and then having Malric end up just passing down to Umbri because he didn't know what to do there in that situation. And Rosatoshi is putting on a good defense here.
Yeah, and so far he's been doing so well actually. Not even compared to last game, he's actually cooking right now, and Dubu is a very great map pick so far as they're looking to try to work up this offense yet again. The core is just not coming off of the side of Baguette Boys. It looks like it's stuck right there as 2 flips are on the side of Miyoshi and Maorin Zealous being in a really tough spot right now on the other side. Can't really help on the offense, but doesn't matter. Miyoshi finding the first barrier. And now Asher beats up in the corner and finds the second barrier too, as the Rune Pillar does keep the core on board for the time being. Now Maricos has to flip out to the top side. Doesn't get it to Zealous just in time. As the Dubu actually gets banished too, nullified is the Tilford Fortress right now as it looks to keep on the corner side. Does get the stun off as well. And now it's a very crucial point, a set to win right now for being sent back to General Umbry right now. Has the Dubu flip as well. Actually holds the core. And now the flip is right there, top side. Gets deflected as well by the Kai. And now Zealous has a chance. He could actually send it home right here, but doesn't elect to use the flip. Now General Umbry David resetting back onto the offense now. Has to win a couple of strike to get it there. As the insta flip comes into the top corner.
Yeah, that was a very necessary instant flip from Zelos. Miyoshi almost got the goal there, but Umbre did send it away with that barrage, and they did lose control for a little while, but they were able to get it back up to Zelos for that goal. But now, Core comes out. Zelos trying to go for a kill on Davey, does not quite get it. Double banish comes out. David almost dead. They're probably going to try and look for a kill on him here soon, but Rosie Tosi does save him with the Tofu Fortress. And Miyoshi and Zelos are just trying to walk up on this Dubu right now. But Umbre is just keeping the core on the side of Baguette Boys. David stuffs the core right through Malric, and they still have that control. Umbre's waiting up top. They just don't have anywhere to hit the core.
Yeah, and so far, and so close so far, the energy department actually on the side of General Dumbry's squad has actually worked out really well now. They're about to have flip online. They actually burned, Baguette Boys burned all 3 flips in that last point, so they have a really good chance to actually win this point and then get a couple more strikes and get a little bit more energy going up around, because also has flip online. Tosi also has, basically almost has flip too, as David does obtain his flip right now. Gets actually banished though, it's not good as he pops the flip to the top side. That's a set for General W's squad, and it's a very, very close game actually. Everyone taking fight or flight, and Marco is actually only opting for the Orb Replicator, but now David, MVP the set. He has a lot to choose, built different on the board.
Yep, I'm glad Malric opted for the Orb Replicator, but unfortunately on that point they were not able to get close enough to use that core flip. The Raz does go for the size. Never a bad pick on him, and he probably will be able to dump in a lot more damage and just get more kills on the side of Baguette Boys because that extra impact damage. And Miyoshi does opt for the Among Titans to give Zelos some extra size to make their offensive a bit stronger. Spark leadership is taken, but only 2 Sparks are left in rotation. There's a decent chance that both Sparks could be in the future draft at the same time.
Yeah, it becomes almost pointless, but it's up to the RNG guys to decide that actually. General Umbry getting aggressive, finds the first barrier. After he gets the second barrier saved out, and now Marinkos and Miyoshi have to work through this together, try to work on this defense. And of course, back on the side of Baguette Boys, a couple of strike wars being won. Marinkos keeping the core away for the time being as General Umbry tries to walk up, does get the barrage off, and the secondary also Whiplash working out as well. Finds one barrier, but on the other side, Miyoshi trying to reset the offense here. Zelos trying to get the stun off, devotes the path splitter, and doesn't get the core through, unfortunately. And now they're trying to reset this offense now. Both teams trying to look for it as the aerials Dubu goes flying off. And now they have both barriers lost, and a simple strike core is won from Zelos to the bottom side. Same team, by the way, that won the first set.
Well, that Dubu aerials roll did mess up the plan a bit, but I'm sure they still got their flow. Umbre is going to be moving very faster with the Slicks, Fighter Fly, and Glass. As long as he doesn't get touched, he'll be able to keep up a good offensive pressure. But they can only put up the offensive pressure if the core is not on their side. Banish comes out from Miyoshi, tries to get the pillar down, but cannot quite get it out. Malrin, both goalies do have burst here. Umbre does win that strike war. Burst is forced out, unfortunately, but Miyoshi's coming up on their burst soon. May end up using it soon here to try and secure this barrier or just get the core up to Zelos. But David and Umbre really trying to get the core back on the side of Baguette Boys.
Umbry is so fast, and he hasn't been hit. I don't think he's been hit at all. And I think it's, and unfortunately that barrier does go down, which is good for them, as the Giga Blast is almost good as well. David also coming up on flip as well. A couple of Shark just need to be won. As Rosie Tosi does have to reset the offense now. Flip being burnt out to the bottom side. Does get it through, and now it's an open barrier situation for both teams. And David, he could be seeing some greatness here as he has the flip as well. Passing lane does come through. Aerials, Dubu doesn't force the flip, and Zealous just strikes it right in.
Unfortunate. had the stun on the core, but was not quite able to win the strike war interaction after that. And with how the first set went, it's surprising that it seems that they've sort of gotten a bit, I don't want to say complacent in a way, but they've lost a bit of that momentum they had. But they take both bears, as I say that, it's just forced the core right in. Excuse me, I was not familiar with your game.
Casting Curse at its prime right there, just completely targeted, telling like, "Nuh-uh, we're not out of this just yet." Now 2-1 into the second set here. General Dumper not giving up just yet. Finds the barrage as well. Has to get close up for now. But Tosi does have a flip up, does clear it out. Good for him. As the Whiplash does come through, finds the first barrier as well. Death Touch being used as well. And the core is just being bounced around on the other side of the court. Now Zealous with flip. Almost goes for the kill too. Almost gets it, but the Dubu Tofu Fortress does come through. And again, it's back to resetting for this team almost, as a Whiplash doesn't quite find its mark, as a simple strike war is one. Now Zealous with flip up, and General Dumpy just evading everything, trying to keep up that glass cannon. But Tosi does fly a little bit too far now, as the Dubu trying to look for a good opportunity. Has to burn the flip as well, but the flip can also be used by Zealous, sends it right back to Zealous, and now potentially they could be winning another point here if they just find a simple strike way to win, because Tosi already used his flip, and now he can an easy stun at least. It can set the difference, as Marcos does also burn his flip against General Dumfries, and now it almost looks reset so far, but the defense is holding on both sides.
Yeah, defense super strong right now. Tosi moving up, is able to get that barrier with the Dubu log. Zealous still has this flip, does not quite use it to secure that kill, but probably using it to try and get the goal here. Barrier does go down from Tosi, unfortunate angle. But David looking very weak here. Does end up going down, but he does get the core right past Malric. Seems like they were just a bit too focused on that kill, but Zealous is still holding on to this flip, so they could put on a very strong offensive here.
Crazy showing for General Dumfries' squad, and they're looking poised for victory right now. They could take this point extremely easily, since Zealous is kind of staying very far from a midfield line now, and now does find that first flip to secure that barrier, but that defense is still holding on so far. A couple Shark Wars being won now, and all they need, a little trickle can lead into an ocean right here if they can just sprout out of control. Giga Blast is good, gets deflected by Maronkos though. And now they're setting up in the corner here. Both teams trying to force their way through, as the flip is burnt on the other side now. Ooh. Unfortunately, that angle is too far wide and does get it through. The hook is good as well. And now General W squad have a chance to send this into another set here. Up 2 sets currently if they could possibly fight it, but Miyoshi does have almost a flip online. This could change the tides of everything. You just need to get Miyoshi the core, and it's all good for now. But Tosi is holding on so far. His defense is doing so well, as the bottom barrier, well, not the bottom barrier, the top barrier actually is still being held so far. The orb not being taken just yet, maybe trying to save it for later, but that angle though sending it right back to Maronkos, and now it's a tough position for the Baguette boys right now, as they just have to work through this Dubu. This Dubu is holding on so well that they can't really find an opening opportunity now. Fairly overtime. Still, the Tofu Fortress aerials, well, not the Tofu Fortress aerials, but the Dubu aerials is good. Finds one, and Zealous does have flip up yet again, but the core is on the other side right now. David and General Umbry almost find the goal. They do find it, actually, the perfect bounce. General Dumbry setting up another point, and that's another set.
Yeah, that was a very well played point from the side of General Dumby squad, and as we see with their Taiko Mapic, they love hitting off that drum to set up for a very creative mix of a play. Unfortunately, Zealous was just never able to get too close to the core to try and use that flip. Used it at the start of the point to get that first barrier, but was just not able to constantly keep that core control afterwards. Umbry squad just made it really hard for it to get to him. Roasty didn't even have to use too many abilities or the flip to try and defend.
Crazy enough, the Kai opting for the big fish, looking to win more strike wars. And also, this draft is actually looking very good right now. I think they might have misdrafted a little bit with taking the big fish away from the Rasmus, but still it's looking really well so far. They're up 2 sets. They can be a little bit complacent, actually, but main thing is that they're doing so well in the corner so far. One barrier being taken for the Baguette boys currently, as another set is good. Another barrier being found, as Tosi does try to find and position himself a little bit better, actually, to keep that corner offense going, as the Now drone is doing so much work to keep it away. And now Zealous almost finding the goal there, is actually coming up on flip so quickly as well, only 30 seconds in. as Jordan Dumper and Davi try to look for the corner here. Zealous now with flip, has the flip to the bottom side. Unable to save that. Roasty Toasty.
Yeah, that was a very good flip, because that's all Zealous needed last point, or in the last set, but just was not quite able to get it. But it probably will be a bit easier for them now, as they do have Spark of Focus with that leadership, so they're giving those extra cooldowns to their teammates, but how much will that matter, truly? Goes for the kill on Umbre, cannot quite find it, just barely lacking the power, but Davey does go down to the Rune Banish. Now Myoshi and Malron both have flips up. Passes down to Myoshi, but Roasty Toasty does end up winning the interaction, just hits the core away. Of course, still in the corner. And it hits it right down to Myoshi, and they do take that barrier.
Now, the very scary thing is that Marcos does have a flip, is pushed up very far, but the mix-up from Zealous sending it right past Jordan Upper and Roasty Toasty sets up another point, but we've seen this story before. We've seen the Baguette Boys, well, not the Baguette Boys, but Jordan Upper's squad come back from this 2-0 deficit. Let's see if they can put it away.
Yeah, Roasty with a flip here, so they won't make it easy, but Myoshi also has a flip. It's the same for the now goalie. So they do have tools they could use offensively here or defensively, but flip is forced out from the unfortunate rune pillar placement. But they are going to keep this. The Dubu gets banished all the way in the midfield, but is able to get back because Umbre just hits the core away from them. As that was coming up on a flip here, is very dangerous for Roasty Toasty right now. Barrier does go down. Both forwards just about have a flip. Use the flip comes out. Pass up to Zealous, but Zealous is not quite ready for it. Expect something a bit different. So the entire side of Umbre's squad has a burst right now, just about. So unless they get a kill here, or they score this goal right now, things will be very scary for Malron, as their defensive options are running low.
Yeah, but currently Zealous is completely bullying Roasty Toasty. Now Roasty Toasty's been playing a little bit too aggressive, actually, as he's right there. Zealous shoving him right into the corner and takes that set away. Baguette Boys trying to stage a comeback here. 3-0 set, very quick, as Miyoshi is the MVP. Has a lot of options, actually. As the Timeless and the Monumentalist come out as well. And it's looking like a very good draft for them, actually. Complete turnaround, as Asher can also pick up, I guess, Reptile Remedy and make it a lot easier, or at least 1-2 to try to get more kills.
Yes, my guess is that they might take Colossus because of the Among Titans from the rune. They do go off of the Colossus. It will make her life easier, as well as probably secure some of these kills that they were not previously finding. But the missile prop does go down to Roasty Toasty, so there's a lot of range on those Tofu Fortresses now. So if Umbre's squad can keep it on the side of Baguette Boys, Toasty can just throw in a fortress over there and just make sure that nothing gets through. Already a barrier goes down. Dodges the banish just barely, but David and Umbre trying to put on an offensive here. Cannot quite get it. Double barrier from Myoshi. Very good rune pillar placement. Now Zealous just has to try and find this goal.
Almost working on it so far, but Roasty Toasty flies too far to double.
Twin drive.
The double twin drive roll does save it. Oh my goodness. And somehow it's not being scored just yet. And the main thing is that Roasty Toasty seems to be playing a little bit too aggressively, actually. He's trying to do all these crazy rolls, and unfortunately that core does go in. But the main thing is that he's been taking these crazy roll angles. Like, yeah, if they work, then it's so good. But I feel like you just need to play a little bit more defensively here in general because of how the scale has gone down. Miyoshi has so much speed into this next point, and it feels so aggressive. But now there we go. The Meta Colossus finding value, finding that first kill, and now a 2v3 now opportunity for the Baguette Boys. The core does slip away for the time being and lets that one barrier go through. Now General Dumper and Roasty Toasty had the score here, gets the roll off, doesn't find the core though, sets up another point here. Flip being burnt as well. Miyoshi has a chance here, has a lot of options actually, just to keep the core in possession of the Baguette Boys. Now setting up in the corner, offense actually gets the barrier as well, trying to send it through, and this could be an easy point right there. Finds the kill as well. Oh my goodness, Zealous is doing so much now. A lot of pass play being come out as well. Marcos also has flipped up. The pass winner is good, but the Dubu, not even the Dubu, the banish as well. I'm at a loss for words, man.
That was an extremely disrespectful banish, just walking the court into the net, waiting for them to get as close as possible to try and save, just to take it away from them. And something I was a bit caught off guard by on that point was that Zealous has been holding these flips for a long time, but ended up using it a bit hastily there when it was in the corner with all three of them. Speaking of which, Zealous is looking very weak right now, could go down, does end up evading the Tofu Fortress, is stuck in the fortress now. but should be able to get this barrier here. Does get it. Almost goes down, but is saved by the corner, but does get hooked out by Davey. So flip does come out. 2 flips on the side of Baguette Boys. 1 does go down, but the defensive flip is still the option. Mayoshi is keeping up some very good pressures, moving so fast. A beautiful banish comes out. All the health is gone from the side of General Umbre's squad, and then one of them might die here. Umbre does go down here, and so does Roasty Toasty, and Mayoshi and Zealous are putting on a dangerous, powerful, just such high KO offensive here, and Mayoshi does get set MVP again.
It is looking so dire and desperation right now. Miyoshi has the extra special take as well. Will actually opt to use it. And now, what will the Rasmus pick actually? There's so much he can do.
Oh,
Will
no.
deny the recovery jump, but the Spark of Agility does go down. 2 sparks for the leadership man. And now this is going to be a very fast-paced game. Let's see if they can keep up.
Yeah, it's definitely looking very scary right now. Because with how fast Mayoshi is already moving with the Spark of Agility, even though the buff is diminished just a bit, Mayoshi still has insane speed with the Mag Souls Fighter Flight Among Titans combo. But Umbre he does not care and just moves right past him. Double Banish does come out though. Cannot quite find any more damage, but Davey is still looking very weak. Pass Splitter does come out looking for more damage, but Roasty Toasty does send away with the log. Now, Zealous is on the offensive on his own right now, but keeps him in the corner. Astro Primary comes out, but cannot quite get that barrier. David's still looking weak, but the recovery drone is a good lifeline for him right now.
Yeah, currently catching a lot of things, and it's good that he took it, because right now he's winning a lot of these strike wars. Has a flip up to boot as well, does get banished with the tip of advantage, and now General W just has to beat the core right to defeat right there. But Miyoshi is doing so much work, has to burn the flip on the defense, and Zealous, he almost kills him too. Almost has the flip up as well. Pendulum swing isn't good, and now General Dumby's squad is at a very breaking, it's like a very giant breaking point right now. Dubu Wall actually deflecting a lot of these passes, but now General Dumby out of the game so far. That was swift flip as well. There's so much going on and so much damage being put on is whether or not they can convert here. They're doing such a good job so far. The double banish is good, and now Zealous with flip, and Miyoshi also coming up with flip too, but doesn't even matter, doesn't even need it. The rune pillar is just enough to send it right through, and what a reverse sweep that we have right now.
Yeah, Mayoshi is getting very good pillar placements, just constantly having these pillars fully form at that and keeping Roasty in a very bad defensive spot. Double barrier comes up from Zealous, a beautiful shot. Mayoshi does just about have a flip. Davy's life is down, but does lose the strike war to Zealous, and the game could end right here. It would be a disgusting reverse sweep.
Oh my god. And even the amount of pressure that Mountain Coast has as well. He has the Super Surge as well. It has a lot more speed whenever it comes to another double.
God.
Another double comes out. Another kill as well.
Oh, no.
This could be the end. The beginning of the end. The Dubu can't save it. Oh no.
That was a very catastrophic last set for General Dumby's squad on their map pick. The first 2 sets looked so dominant, but once this Asher and Rune got enough time to scale, they just took over the entire game. And that's not to say that their goalie Malric was not contributing either. Just a lot of beautiful saves, good drone placement, able to keep the core on the side of Umbre's squad. And they just had no answer for what they had towards the end.
Yeah, and that KO comp completely showed there. 8 KOs for the Asher and 2 for Miyoshi as well. Completely dominant showing in the second half of the game. And completely outnumbered. I mean, General Umbre was playing has such a great performance, but the teamwork is what that matters. Yoshi and Zealous working together to find a lot of those kills, a lot of those goals, and what a great reverse sweep actually. They actually kept their heads in the game and ended up winning. That was a good game by them.
Yeah, Umbre's squad won those first 2 sets so flawlessly, then it just all fell apart. I feel like once they started to get those, I feel like the first start of it was the spark of leadership into focus. Awakening combination, because especially with helping Mayoshi have more banishes online faster, and the fact that they got extra special, which made their banish just could constantly be brought out every single like 20 seconds almost. Just terrible offenses that they had to go through. Although I did notice in that last set, it was very hard to deny Zealous, because whether Davey took Spark of Agility or Recovery Drone, Zealous would have benefited either way because they would have benefited from the Colossus size and power, but also just the overall speed, which I feel like was more of a threat to them towards the end, even though they had more than enough kill potential.
Indeed so, and that is the very quick end to the game here. And next up, we have the Baguette Boys versus the Vigals, who ended up taking 2-0 versus Amigas. So hopefully we'll have a very, very fun game, but we'll get back to you. We're going to break off to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. And hello everyone, welcome back to the finale, winners finals of the Clarion Corp Trials Season 1. I'm here with my personal storyteller, Blank, and we're here to see the Vigos versus the Baguette Boys. You've seen the Baguette Boys last time, but we're now hosting the Vigos now. You know a lot about the Vigos, don't you?
I know about some individuals that are on the Eagles. As for knowing about them is a lot less. I have not seen them in action. But we're getting into the game here. Starting Awakenings being Big Fish and Fight or Flight on Taiko Temple. We all love to see Taiko.
Yeah, it's like a temple, a very, very fun map. I think First Awakenings are Big Fish and Fighter Flight, actually. Again, Fighter Flight being very, very... What a cool awakening. I can 100% agree.
Well, it really comes down to what the picks are here on which they take. I'm going to assume there's going to be an Asher or Rasmus, maybe even an X coming out from the side of Vigils on Suplex. He might opt for Big Fish just for some extra size to be ready for a Colossus that might show up. They might even have an era that will enable him even more, because Firefly is very good for midfielders most of the time. But Dew Band coming out from side of Baguette Boys and Rune Band coming out from the side of Eagles. And Malric does choose to lock in the Atlas.
Yeah, I think that Rune Band was for Miyoshi in general, just because the start was completely terrible. And the Asher does come out now. Asher on the suplex, suplex on the Asher. Very, very prominent role, actually. Actually kind of makes it a lot better to play on ping, because you get slowed a lot more, and it's actually a lot easier for you to catch core. So
It actually seems like it's gonna be Chocobo Yao on the Asher and Suplex on the X forward.
Chocobo Yao is not playing though. What?
No,
It's Big Smoke Manager.
Forgive me. I do not have the rosters completely in my head yet, but I got it now.
Yeah, explode this dude.
I'd rather you not. But Kaipik does come out, does go for the Fight or Flight as expected, but as I did believe he would do, Suplex does opt for the Big Fish on the X. Probably just going to look to scale with that. And two Big Fish on each side, two Fight or Flight on each side. Fight or Flight seem to be for both of the midfielders. Zealous and Miyoshi already trying to put up a good offensive here. And Malric just has to be careful because this X is watching him, but the side of Eagles is looking pretty weak right now. Both barrier completely open, V already half down. But Miyoshi is going to try and help Malric with the defense here.
Yeah, Miyoshi just needs to put on a masterclass performance now. Being healed by the Atlas Raz could potentially be good for now, as the core is still stuck on the other side. Big Club Manager remained to clear it out. Now Miyoshi with the secondary will almost find the KO too. Onto V being bounced around, actually lives, and now he's in a very good spot. Now gets knocked off the edge by the flip, and now Big Smoke Manager hatches win a simple strike war, and hopefully they can get this goal here. You just need to convert as quickly as possible, as Big Smoke Manager does pop the flip now. And Suplex is also coming up on flip, but Miyoshi and Xylos are also pretty close now. Potentially have to take this barrier, and then they're done. But the ping is having a little bit of an issue now, being a little bit missing the strikes a little bit, but it's all good for now. Miyoshi just has to win a simple strike where it doesn't find it, and now we're back to basically a reset.
Yeah, those with the flip up no longer actually does end up popping a bit preemptively, but Miyoshi does just force it right through Big Smoke with the Molten Bolt and holds on to the flip too. But even with that in mind, Suplex is coming up on a flip of his own, and X with the flip can be scary as long as he just walks into the enemy net. But Core's gonna spawn topside, Miyoshi's gonna keep control for a little bit, but Suplex walking up there, looking to put on an offensive, goes for what I believe was intended to be a kill, but does not quite find it on Miyoshi. And does pop the flip just a bit too early and cannot get any value.
Yeah, lure incoming so far. Miyoshi still has the flip up. Currently just has to watch and wait for the perfect time to use it. Is trying to win some interactions though, but Suplex does keep it away for the time being, and now Marcos has the flip, has a clear, gets the one, but also finds the KO onto V. Now Suplex has to keep the core alive. They just need to convert here almost. They just need to stop giving it to the Asher. Finds one bear in the process. Will flip for the second. This is afflicted by Suplex Slag, helping him in the process. And now this corner offense looking very scary now. Zillos is playing a little bit far back. He just has to win a strike where it doesn't find it though, as the core is still on the other side now. Almost wins a strike war there. Miyoshi wins the second strike war, and now is a very dangerous position now. Zelos could be on the lookout right now. Flip being brought to the bottom side, almost gets it as well. Big Spell Manager has almost a flip up, is stunned up by the Molten Bolt, and now potentially this could be very scary as a simple strike does it. Zelos with the Kazan closed Strike will send it through to the bottom side.
And Mayoshi is very good at keeping this core control and dribbling it for a little bit until Zealous is in a good spot to just hit the core right through V and Big Smoke. But Big Smoke does have a burst, so that'll be a bit difficult going forward. Zealous looking a bit weak. They might try and look for a KO here. But Suplex does get caught by the open primary and goes down. So his flip is completely reset, but V might have to hold it down on the offensive on their own for now. Barrier does go down. Big Smoke has a burst. Scary spot for them. They do get the Strike War and keep it away from Mayoshi.
Yeah, and one barrier being found with Suplex coming back online. Big Smoke Manager also has a flip to boot as well. Will be tough for the Gazan to crack that nut, but we'll get there when we get there. Currently, Suplex looking to find the KO as well, getting a lot of hits onto Miyoshi. Does manage to survive after all, and now V having to try to keep the core up, and Suplex also almost having a flip as well, but Miyoshi has a flip to boot as well. He just has to win a simple strike where he doesn't take it actually, as Suplex is basically primed to take that. And now we have a very good open goal situation, but it's all on the other side as well. Finds the kill as well, and Xylos doing everything, bringing Baguette Boys up a set in this very crucial game.
Yeah, Xylos is finding a lot of these open primary kills, just able to really keep the power plays going for Baguette Boys. And the Atlas does get the MVP here, so they have a lot of decent options they can take. But
They have maybe the recovery of the Reptile Remedy actually. Maybe, but takes the Kinetic Colossus away from Big Smoke Manager, but there's a lot of size up for grabs as well. Aerials being coming out as well. The guy also has Explosive Ventures to take, but what would the Gazan take? Maybe Reptile Remedy, but it's looking very, very scary because Max doesn't offer to take it. I think he's AFK, no? He might be, actually.
maybe not. Probably just scaling stagger, because if Bulko shows up, then he's gonna have a lot of stagger. But it does seem like he's overbanding a tiny bit, but I don't think that'll stop him too much. Barriers are still kept up on the side for Vigo's 4 now. Airship does come out, keeping the barrier safe. And Suplex and V need to try and get around Xylos and Mayoshi here, but the amount of control that they have, just the amount of space they're able to cover with all their abilities seems to be too great for them to handle right now. Barrier does go down. Good strike will run from Mayoshi. V trying to feed the core to Suplex, keeping it bottom, but Malric is still holding up a very good defense right now, not needing to use many abilities and always going to have something whenever they try to push up, it seems.
Yeah, the exit to Alice is just so tragic because even in this even in this closed map position, Alice basically wins almost every single interaction against X, no matter how you look at it. And comparatively to the other side, yeah, Asher can stuff a lot, but you have so many abilities coming out of you, especially with a lot of these multi-hitters coming out from Zelos, and Miyoshi almost finds the goal barrier as well, but Big Spot has flipped, doesn't opt to use it though to save the barrier, and now the password doesn't go quite as planned, but Miyoshi still has a lot of energy, has a lot of force to keep going. As the flip is deflected, finds the second barrier too. This is very scary. Almost finds the KO onto Miyoshi Suplex. Looking to keep on this corner offense now. Looking to work it out, but it's saved out. Cleared out for you. But the pass! Oh my goodness! What a pass!
Yeah, that was a beautiful clear from Malrignaz too, just barely grazing the edge of the barrier so that it doesn't get touched right up to Zelos. So then the core goes right down to Mayoshi and just finds the very narrow angle against Big Smoke, and this set's already looking like it's coming to a very fast close, but this could change at any point as Suplex does take the barrier. V try to keep the offensive with him. They do get that second barrier. V and Suplex now both do essentially have flips up, but Atlas secondary will come out. Flip does come out, and the Atlas does go down, but V still has the burst. Power play active now, and will they be able to sink the core into the top side? They will. V comes in with the barrage.
It's good that they scored. It's actually really good that they scored, actually. The main thing is that Suplex did get the kill on Marcus, but Marcus also bursted really early, so he does get the reset. Now if he actually died with it, that would be a different story, but he unfortunately did die with he didn't die with burst. That means that they has a lot of energy reset for grabs. And Miyoshi also doing so much damage, has to burn the flip onto V, and V looking really staggered now. It's not what you want to see if you're a Vigos fan. And currently as he gets knocked across the map, completely KO'd. And now Suplex and Big Smoke Manager just have to fight through this now. Corner offense has to work somehow, but they're doing so good so far, completely controlling as they get one barrier as well. They didn't get a barrier, they actually get the flip here as they take the first barrier. Now V coming back online, and Zeal's also looking really low too, gets the mix-up, has the flip too. Hopefully he can get the core right to it, but Zeal's is playing a little bit too close for comfort. Has the Zon primary, has the flip, doesn't get it though. but almost gets the goal too with a missed strike. And now Suplex and V just have to completely control this game now if they want to have a chance at winning the set currently. But it's currently 2-1 right now. They basically have no hope left because Miyoshi and Zelos are coming up against the Asher. The 1v1 does find the 1v1 isolated, and now Suplex has a chance. He gets the Axe Bull Rush off and has a flip to boot as well. Marcos has to send it to top side. And hopefully they can get this goal quickly, as a missed strike almost causes chaos and the bounces are going so wide. But so far, Suplex has almost complete control right now. He just has to sink it in, just win a single strike where to win here. But it's looking too close to recover right now as the Bull Rush also goes wide yet again. And now they just need to get set up. V almost coming up with flip too. Almost at the right back into Marcos, had the open corner. But now it's looking very scary. He's being bullied completely. So he just needs to win a simple strike or he loses it. Miyoshi just has to dribble, try to find some value, but V sinks it right in with the barrage. It's a 0.5.
Yeah, Miyoshi and Zelos are just not able to find these passes to each other right now, and it's really damaging their offense, because especially with how long that point went, Big Smoke was able to get another burst. Actually, the entire side of Eagles were able to build up a burst from that point, so things are very scary right here. Flip comes up from Miyoshi, but pops it a bit too early. V's looking weak, so a kill here would be very huge. A burst would go down, but the burst comes out either way, and the barrier is not taken quite yet, just saved away by Malric. But Suplex is getting very close to this barrier with that flip. If I had to guess, he's probably going to use it to try and save for the goal. Actually does go for the barrier with it, takes the barrier down. And now it's looking very scary for the side of Baguette Boys. Both barriers down, open goal. Miyoshi and Zealous have to put on a great offensive here. Cut off the passing angles and everything. Big Smoke still holding on to this flip. Airship comes out to keep the core away. Suplex is really just on top of Zealous right now, not letting him do too much, but Zealous does win that strike war. And Miyoshi needs to get the core pass, cannot quite get it. Malric has to help on the offense here. Suplex barely doesn't get that kill, but he's really putting in some damage to Miyoshi, so they have to play back a bit right now.
And Cody's need to find a pass, has the flip up as well, won't even use it. I think they're just trying to look for the goal here, but overtime's kicking in. They find the second barrier too, and Zealous has such an easy chance to get it through. The bottom side, huh?
Huh. That was quite something.
What a goal.
Yeah, that was a very quick turnaround from what I was expecting to see there. That was an open barrier from the side of Baguette Boys, and they just turned that around so fast. Now, the Atlas does get MVP again, but what will they take here? My guess is maybe a Creation Awakening? Yeah, it does opt for the Timeless Creator. Having those against an Atlas will be very huge. And the Atlas does go for the 1-2 punch, probably to deny it away from the Kazan and or Drex, so they find less value in the kills. But the Kazan still takes heavy impacts, so those open primaries might still be killing. And Suplex opts for a prize fighter, which, if he's able to secure these kills, which he's not able to as often, might scale very hard, but unless he gets caught by an open primary, as he has in times past, then it may just be a dead awakening.
Yeah, hopefully so, as he almost finds the KO, wants to drum, fortunately saving V. And that's looking very scary now. They're up 2 sets, but we've seen this story before last game. Hopefully they make a comeback right here. Both barriers being lost now, actually. Very unsurprising, and Zealous has to look for something to get it away. But now Marcos does have a flip built up, and Zealous looking to try to keep the core in possession now. Miyoshi doing his best, keeping it away. Miyoshi's been doing such a good job playing against V here. Against the Kai speed, has to burn the flip as well. But Suplex also basically has a flip to boot. The V can just get the core right to him. And now looking very dangerous situation as the core is just being fed right to Suplex. That's another goal for the Beagles.
Yeah, as long as they're able to keep an offensive like this up, Vigos will look very nice. All of them almost have a burst, which looking scary, even though Baguette Boys does have 2 coming up soon. But Suplex is really just walking into their team and just using all of his abilities to damage them and sort of force them into unwanted scenarios. Huge strike work coming out from Big Smoke, able to save that barrier. And Suplex currently on the Atlas, just staying on top of him, not letting him have any space to try and help his team out. And Zelos almost gets that. Barrier does go down, force out of position. Does get that second barrier. V's looking very weak. Is forced to use the evade, but it's good that they did, otherwise the flip would have came out. But they do still end up going down either way. So now it's a power play for the side of Baguette Boys, but core almost goes right past Malrin. And all they have to do is keep the core away from Suplex here, and they should be good to go.
And they do convert here. Good conversion to the pass. And doesn't find it, though, fortunately for them. As the Gigabots does come through, Zealous keeping it away. as Moshi just has to set up right here. They just need to find a single strike to win here, not giving a single pass to those Zelos. Gotta pass the court to Miyoshi to give him a little bit of a chance here, but now, very desperate situation. Now, overtime on the horizon just popped right now. You just need to find a simple strike, suplex, fighting it right to the top side. 2, whoa, completely strong start for the Veagles.
Yeah, being able to hit it around this Atlas is really helping out Suplex, especially with how V is able to feed him the core so effectively. But speaking of which, Barrier might go down here. Barrier does go down, and very dangerous spot for Baguette Boys, as we saw right there. And Suplex just takes over that entire point. Just V covering the out clear, able to secure the Barrier with Barrage, and it just goes right back down to Suplex. He's able to follow up with the extra special.
Guys, NA is completely dominating. Well, not really dominating, but that entire set was just completely NA. And the bulk up on board right now, they have to low-key deny this, actually, because if you don't, it'd be very scary to play against this. But let's see what he takes here. He might have to take it. Doesn't actually take it. The bulk up goes through. That is actually insanely scary now, because now Suplex just basically has a lot of stagger and a lot of damage to boot as well. It's going to be a very tough game for Mauricos to actually stay alive during this, because he was just sitting on the goalie the entire time, just okiing him. But now it's kind of completely cooked. It could be cooked actually, maybe, but who knows? He hasn't found. I don't think he's found any kills yet, so the power isn't there quite yet. But 198 power on TX, it could be a game changer.
Yeah, unfortunately, my fear after the first set came true after he took that reptile remedy. It prevents him from dying and is also giving him a lot of damage. And he already got a lot of damage onto Miyoshi earlier, but was not able to quite find the kill. But if V and Big Smoke end up focusing a target like Zelos is right now, then he will be able to secure these kills and just stack up that power. And Zelos does go down right there, already looking very scary. This X is dominant, 222 power with 1 stack of Prize Fighter. But it really just depends on how Malric and Miyoshi are able to keep the core away from him and stay on the offense. Because if Zelos goes down like that again, then the power play is going to be very scary. Barrier does go down though, so Baguette Boys do have the advantage. But will they be able to secure this goal?
Good question. So far, as they try to look to kill Suplex here, Suplex does almost get it through, though. Completely bully Miyoshi and Maurinkos, actually. Has to flip up as well, completely dominating the game right now. As the stun comes through, and Suplex yet again keeping Maurinkos at bay and letting V score completely. This could be a really big turnaround from what we saw in the first 2 sets as well. Sweep on the horizon right now as Big Smoke Manager has a flip, and so does V, actually. Basically coming up really close. They can just find 1 KO. It could be goomed, and they almost do, actually. V being completely very low, and actually gets killed. That's really good for them. And even Big Smoke pops the flip too. This could be a complete turnaround event. Finds the barrier as well. And this could be a very, very good standing for the Baguette Boys if they can actually convert here. They almost find it though. V does come back online. The barrage is good, and so far looking to kickstart the offense yet again, as Miyoshi just has to play on offense the entire time, and Suplex just having to sit there and watch his team defend. It kind of feels bad, but he's doing such a good job on the offense that it's going to make it a lot easier if they can just defend and instantly get into the scoring play. But a good strike from Miyoshi denies that, and it's 1-1 in a very crucial point, in a very crucial set 4.
Yes, this set is very important for Baguette Boys to win if they do not want to deal with this scaling X, because even though he is currently the lowest level on the team, the XP that he generates from this round might overtake everyone else's, and if he's able to scale and get an awakening like Ad Rush and just really snowball with speed in these KOs, then it can get out of hand very fast. But fortunately, Malrin does seem to be able to find all these good clears working with Zelos and Miyoshi does get that barrier flip almost online, but barrier does go down for the side of Baguette Boys.
But the scariest that Maurinkos is actually really low right now. A flip comes out as well, doesn't find the correct angle, and it basically is another reset for them. Big Smoke Manager has a flip up to boot, almost gets it. Miyoshi just trying to keep it away for the time being. Now has to pass up to Zelos, has to find something, has to just keep it going, but they're trying to shove through the Asher. Asher is not going to be letting go of all the shove potential. Suplex almost finds the KO too, completely turning around the change of events right now. Has a flip to boot as well, actually pops the flip as well, but V finds the top barrier, and now has the flip too, trying to down to Maurinkos, and now it's actually very scary now because the core is on the other side, and Suplex just has so much potential, has so much pressure, just keep it shoving it right through Maurinkos, but the flip comes out to the top side, and Zelos, it's match point.
Yeah, energy economy looking very low on all sides though, so the majority of this point is just going to be who can win all their interactions better and faster. But if they really want to close this game out right now, Baguette Boys needs to post something crazy. Almost finds the kill on the X, but cannot quite get it. They're dumping a lot of damage into him, but it may not be enough, especially with that Reptile Remedy and how much stagger he has. Just trying to kill him based off of stagger will not be the play, but it will be based off of knockback. But one barrier down on both sides, two barriers down the side of Baguette Boys, and V is really trying to get this Corp to Suplex. Suplex is bullying the Atlas right now, and it slips right past Malrin on the corner angle, and this is now a 0.5, and it could be very scary if the Vigils win this set.
Yeah, Adrush does so much damage. He has two prize for his stacks too. If he could find the kill, it could be very easily. Almost finds the KO too, just as I say that, but if they find a KO, it'd be very, very good for them. But currently, they have to work through this offense right here. Suplex is doing such a good job just in the corner, winning every strike war so far, and all Big Smoke needs to do is just defend perfectly, but the bell ringer goes back the other way. They have so much to work for, so much to defend. Now, but Marcus has to pop the flip on the defense. It's looking very scary right now. Miyoshi in the core, in the lane right now, but Suplex has the core advantage right now, has to send it right back, and Miyoshi and Zealous just has to connect. They have to connect together. They have a flip up for grabs right now, but the core comes back to Marcos, and now it's an open goal situation for the Baguette Boys. That is something you want. I want to see as the X with the X Maximus comes right in, smashes it right through, and this is looking really good for the Baguette Boys. Baguette Boys are being completely stuffed out completely, and they have to win this. Like, the draft isn't going to look good for them, and fortunately, V is the MVP, but he has so much to choose from.
Yeah, so many speed options, a lot of cooldown options as well. Does opt for the prime time to take that away from the Kazan and the Atlas. But what are they going to take here? Because this could get out of hand very fast. Do they opt for... Oh, they do let the X get the ad rush. Although, after the first kill, he wasn't able to find too much more value that much more value after it. So, as long as they're able to avoid being KO'd by this X, then they should be safe. But if he gets one KO and it snowballs, then they will be in an awful spot. Missile Prop does fall down to the Drek, which is very good for them. And they do have the Stinger, so dumping damage into this X would not be a terrible idea. One barrier down already, though. Two barriers down already for the side of Baguette Boys. Miyoshi about to go down. Atlas save does come out. And barrier almost down on each side, and Suplex is really looking forward. Pops the X Maximus, but it doesn't need to, as V just shoots the core right through with Barrage. And this is very concerning for Baguette Boys.
The good thing is that they can easily deny the ad rush proc because you have extra special on board, but you just have to win your interactions against V, and V is looking unstoppable right now, especially with the especially with how he's playing the Kai right now. It's completely destroying as he finds the kill. Thankfully, the ad rush doesn't proc onto it, but they're out of a man for the time being, and Sylvie is doing so much work so far, hitting that corner completely, and also forcing the flip out of Marcos as well. One barrier falling, and now V has a flip too to boot. Will use the flip, sent it to Suplex. What's the strike war? Thankfully, Alice is there to save it, as the Twin Drive is working wonders right now. The Giga Blast is good, will take it out, but Suplex almost gets it, does find the second barrier now. The Borge also coming through as well, but he has a flip now. This is very dangerous. A simple flip could do it, but he flips too early, and now Big Smoke Manager has to push up, has to find some value in his flip, has to use it now. Finds a double barrier too, that was doing so much work, and now V is also really low too. Simple strike wins it all. Another point go to the Baguette Boys, and they're not out just yet.
That was a very dominant point from Baguette Boys. These need to keep up this pressure. And something that I feel like maybe might have gone a bit unnoticed from last draft was that V does actually have Spark of Leadership with Spark of Strength, so Suplex is doing much more damage and knockback than I had initially thought he was. But both barriers down for the side of Eagles. Suplex does look for a kill, but can't quite find it. Miyoshi does have a flip here. May need to use it to either save the goal or to keep the offense up. Suplex in the face of Malric right now. Secondary is forced out. Hits it into the Atlas secondary, but they do clear out and save that barrier. Now Zealous does have to try and hit around this Asher, but it is back on their side. Malric does have this burst, but Miyoshi will be able to help them not use it immediately. But V is really trying to keep up this pressure and keep Suplex with the core. Burst comes out a bit too early, and now both barriers are open. It's looking very scary for both teams, actually. But Suplex does have control of the core, but hit away from the strike shot by Malric, but loses the strike war last second, and it is match point for Vigils.
Psycho Temple is the Vigils pick, so of course they're going to be doing extremely well on this map, but it's coming really close. It's coming really down to the wire right now. A simple kill could do it, actually. Suplex lagging a little bit, actually. Won't find the kill onto Zelos, but Zelos does have a flip on board. And the barrier is found as well. Miyoshi just has to do something, has to keep up the energy as well, because Zelos is doing so much work right now, putting in the effort to try to win this. Actually not the flip, the pass back down, and will almost find it, but the corner offense is being set up yet again. Finds the kill onto V. This is a complete turnaround. Has the core as well. They have so much potential coming into this point. You just need to kill Big Smoke as well and just get something done. Has the flip out for grabs as well. Has the flip back. Marinko's misses the strike shot, but Simple Strike could do it. They don't find it though. V comes back online, and the core is completely just stuck. Has the flip out as well on Zelos. He has so much to work for, so much to do. A pass comes through, and that's another goal. 0.5 on the horizon. Zelos has a flip online. This could come down to the very wire.
Yeah, that was beautiful. And as awkward as it may have looked, that secondary from Malric actually built up an entire burst for him to send the core that fast towards Zelos and Miyoshi. Speaking of which, Zelos does get that barrier instantly, but does pull the core a bit too fast back to him. Has his burst online, but needs to make sure to not die to the X here. And is not looking to use it, probably going to save it for the goal. And yeah, they just need to hold up this offense. Miyoshi has to work with Zelos here, but being kept away a bit from the X. There's just a lot of damage coming out. The X is getting close to a burst. Things get very scary. This is the end of the game, whichever team scores next. That X does have burst. Might end up using it here, whether preemptively. V almost goes down to the open primary, but just barely lacks enough damage to secure that. Now, both forwards are about to have burst on both sides. Does use the flip for the barrier. I think that's completely worth it. Flip comes out, saved away from the secondary. And now Suplex has a burst. He might end up using it here. Does use it for the barrier. Both barriers down on both sides. Only one goalie has flipped though. Zelos and Miyoshi need to put up a good offensive here if they want to take this goal, or V and Suplex will just completely take control. Hook comes out, pass down to Miyoshi. Giga comes out but does not go up to Zelos. Suplex misses the strike, and something needs to happen here otherwise. Baguette Boys are in a terrible spot. Zelos needs to work with Miyoshi here. Ends up winning the strike war. Close to a burst, but Suplex does just sink it right through the top. Malric just barely whiffs the strike shot, and Vigils do take game one.
Oh, oh no, that was so poised. That's so bad. I don't know what to say. That was absolute sin of a map. But there's so much to be done here. V MVP, but that was a really close game too. Almost everyone except for Suplex having over 200 redirects, but the main thing is that they were doing so well, and then it completely crumbled. I don't even know how. I think just the scaling by Suplex just did so much. The non-take on the, I guess, the Reptile Remedy leading up to Bulk Up just completely destroyed the game and allowed the other team just to completely turn it around. But now we're off of that map. Ugh, thank goodness. We're on to the Atlas Lab, actually. Now the Baguette Boys pick completely showing up now, and hopefully they can take a game off of this, actually. Maybe the main thing is that Suplex is pretty good on the X, and the X is a very good pick, and they kind of didn't really get any like meta picks onto Taiko Temple, because the thing is the Asher didn't come through. The X also went away as well. They got the Atlas on the defense, but Kazan isn't, I wouldn't say he's a bad character on this map, but he's not the best, I want to say.
I'm inclined to agree, and especially compared to the first two sets. Well, Zelos was finding some good kills with that open primary, but once V and Suplex started playing around that and avoiding those primaries, it was a lot harder for them to secure those offensive pushes. And with how much power Suplex had, whenever it hit overtime, he was just always able to red core, so the core was able to move so fast, whether it was a pass to V or it was just a strike past Malric. Just very hard for them to keep up that defense on Baguette Boys. But moving into Atlab, the comps could change a little bit. Suplex will probably stick with either the X or Asher, depending on which of them gets banned or not. Also very reliant on whatever starting awakenings there might be. But I'm very, not, for lack of a better word, impressed by how V is able to constantly keep getting the core to Suplex, even through both Zelos and Miyoshi. Just constantly able to force core through with the strike wars, with the barrage.
Yeah, and the main thing is that, oh my god, what a start. I hope the start goes crazy. Explosive entrance and Reptile Remedy up for grabs on this map. Ooh. Oh, that is crazy. Oh my goodness. I think they also have blue side as well. The main thing is that there's no real ban for suplex here. I wonder what they're going to ban actually, because V on the Kai looks really like it doesn't look unstoppable, but it looks very strong. I know V is probably going to ban out the rune because Miyoshi has a pretty good rune as you saw in that last game. But I wonder what they're gonna ban here. They can't ban the Asher or the X. No, technically they can't ban the X, but that Suplex will end up just picking Asher first pick. But that could probably leave open the Atlas. I mean, I'm just kind of theory crafting right now, but the Atlas comes in. Maybe not even the Drek. The Drek did work though. That's the thing.
Yeah,
This
the
game
Drake
chart
is
card right
definitely
now.
powerful. Yeah,
Yeah, the
Myoshi's
Drek
also
is
been putting on a
crazy.
very dominant performance, especially with their game against Jumbray's squad. The amount of, or the utility he found in his pillars was very strong, and after seeing that, it makes sense why the Beagles would ban out his room. But even with the Pocket Jakar or whatever other midfield picks they might have, it could be interesting to see something like an Aimi or an Aeron explosive entrance start, just really trying to enable your forward and force in these goals.
Yeah, surprisingly, actually, the Beagles ban Vinny
Fanini, interesting.
on this map. Interesting, very interesting, actually. I wonder why. I don't think anyone. I mean, on this map with the start, I'm actually interested because, oh, I don't know.
I
It
don't think it's a
feels
bad ban on
yeah,
Lab
it's not a
specifically.
bad ban. Like you can run Finny Mom Boots and still completely dominate the game because of how much damage you're doing, especially with Reptile Remedy too. Even though you heal, you can still do so much with bulk up as well as a draft of Opportunity Awakening, you know? So maybe that's the case, but I wanna see something come out. I think the Zen will come out too. So Marinko's, well, not Marinko's, but the Baguette Boys do ban out the Kai. Kind of expected because V was doing such a great job on it. And oh my god, everyone's running Kai. What the heck? Anyways, but the good thing is that they actually they figured out I guess the win con I think because the main thing is that Suplex wasn't getting a lot of redirects, any chances to win, but when he did get them, it was good from the get go. So maybe banning out the midfield was the right choice because it allows V to not really scale as much and not really give the core back to Suplex.
Yeah, keeping the core away from that forward, especially with the stuffing potential that they're going to have, is very important. But with the picks here, it depends because if he ends up picking something like Zentaro, then and goes for the explosive entrance on the start, then it would be a bit harder. But he does instead opt for what looks to be the Asher, and Rune does come out for the side of Baguette Boys, so I'm going to presume that's Miyoshi on the Rune, and that's probably
Yep.
going to be Malric on the now goalie. But who is the other individual going to be for the side of Baguette Boys?
I think I I feel like they should go. They're gonna go Kazan again. Okay, I think that's just a pick that they want to go for. Xylas, I think very notorious on the Kazan, but hopefully this comes out to be a good game. I think in general, I want to see the matchup against Marcos and the Suplex. Actually, it's gonna be a very troublesome adventure because I don't know whether or not the Marcos will keep it away from him because the main thing is that Asher with the speed reduction at least, it makes it a lot easier for him to get in the corner and to shove completely as he's doing right now. But Xylos with a very good start opening, getting two berries in the process. Miyoshi also has the rune as well. Completely mixes up Big Smoke and Xylos with the top corner. Very, very impressive start to this game. Very, very close. And hopefully they can keep this momentum going up into this game and hopefully force a game 3.
And something a bit unorthodox, well, maybe a bit more orthodox as of the most recent patch, but Big Smoke is running the Mom Boots on Atlas, just giving that new gear a try as opposed to Strike Shot. Suplex does find the dash kill with the dash punch from Asher, and is keeping the core in that corner, is able to secure that barrier, is able to get the second barrier, but will they be able to score off of this power play? Looking very scary for Malric right now, but Asher does just force it right through with the strike where V covering the angle with the piercing shot. And with this offense that they have, there's going to be so much stun on the goalie that they might not be able to clear it if the midfield and the forward just throw their abilities out at the same time.
Yeah, and the main thing is that Marcos just almost has no like real player against suplexes. The main thing is that now there's not you can set up as much as you want, but setup won't really work if you're kind of just getting shoved right through. But currently, Zelos putting in the work, finding 2 barriers in the process. Hopefully, we'll find the goal here. But Marcos loses the second barrier too. Has to flip up to boot as well. But Suplex coming up so close to potentially win this. But Xylos just has to keep an eye out for everything known to man as he gets the Kazan secondary into special combo, sliding it right through. Goodness me.
Yeah, even with the seeming odds, Xylos is still able to try and force these goals in, and he really needs to do that and keep the core away from Suplex as much as they can. V with a very good save on that barrier, and same for Big Smoke, able to save that barrier again. The barrier is still up on for now, but Big Smoke trying to keep that away. Xylos right there, pillar in a very good spot, so no out clear, forced to hit it back down. Now, Suplex does have a burst, but Malrix comes out first. They do end up losing that barrier. Suplex is getting very close onto the side of Baguette Boys with this burst. V's looking very weak. Could go for a kill here soon. Suplex might need to use this burst defensively unless V's able to feed it to him. But Myoshi is just able to win Strike Wars. Xylos and Myoshi winning both their Strike Wars back to back, able to take this first set very fast.
Strikeforce Gaming does the job here as Xylos MVP at the set. We'll have a lot to choose from actually. Big Fish on board, heavy impact as well. But the Monu, that's going to be scary. Especially on the Now as well, who is third in line.
Yeah, but giving that Estelle... Go on.
Wait. Oh, the bulk up as well going over. I just realized we took Big Fish over bulk up.
True. Probably trying to go for core control and size scaling over damage. But that Asher is going to be finding a lot of kills if they are not paying too much attention with that dash into primary.
Asher broken, 149 power, 2000 stagger. Would be a real menace to kill. If they ever do get it, Banish comes through. Atlas Res out on the board right now. Monumental Zeski doesn't get taken. I just realized they didn't take Monu. They actually went for the heavy impact grab. Interesting choice here, but they'll make it work somehow. Vey now looking really low now, getting hit by a lot of stuff, and Miyoshi finds the KO. Has to just find a simple pass, and there we go, Zello to the bottom side. What a strike for a win. This is what we want to see from the Baguette Boys.
Yeah, I'm actually very not upset at the fact that Malric chose to go for the heavy impact there, because with the way they've been using their drone, it's been on the offense, and the core's been on top of it with another one of the players of the Vigals. So, because right there they may have just gotten some value because they hit the core and Xylos, but both barriers down for Vigals. Tries to go for a kill on V, cannot quite find it, and Myoshi almost tries to go for the mix on Big Smoke, but cannot quite find it. Black Hole is now gone once again. Malric and Xylos need to keep the core away from the barrier, but they do just barely lose it. Myoshi throws out the bash, does not catch anyone, but Xylos is very open at the bottom, does get caught lacking by the Asher dash combo, and Xylos needs to either keep control or score right now, because that core is getting dangerously close to that Asher, and it almost just went in.
Yeah, and Miyoshi back online. Oh my god, somehow the core doesn't go in, and Miyoshi right back online, right on time. Currently, as the back hole is being set up right now, Marinkos is in a really tough spot with Suplex almost having flip online. And currently, Miyoshi has a lot of room here, can do a lot of things with Suplex heading to the bottom side, has to get the dribble off, gets the mix-up, stops the core a little bit, but thankfully, Marinkos does save it now. Miyoshi to the bottom side, but not to the bottom side, but oh my god!
What a dodge.
Surprisingly, that doesn't catch. And now is a very good spot right now. Suplex does still have flip though, could be using it any time if they can get the corner into the position. But now Suplex has the flip up for grab, starts with pass splitter as well. And there we go, Asher Gaming right there. Pass splitter doing all the work for him.
A very good pillar put down by Myoshi, but just barely not able to be saved away. Core just a bit too close to the pass burst so that Malric could not hit it straight up and just kept the core in that corner. Flip forced out from Big Smoke pretty early on though, but they do secure that barrier. One barrier down on both sides. I was trying to set up Myoshi for a play. Sad Boy's angle. Do not quite find that. That's very unfortunate, but Myoshi here looking for that barrier. Just barely goes around the pillar, but Xylos is just sitting in the midfield right now, not able to do too much with the core. It's just not going anywhere near him. But Suplex looking for a dash kill on Malric, and Xylos is end up winning the strike war on their side. V and forced to dodge the banish. I was looking for the kill, but what they really need to do right now is either burst to try and score or just pass around the Atlas, or just strike war, and the Atlas primary comes out just a bit too late, and they're still holding on to that flip for the next point.
Good sign for them. Taking easy, very easy very easy set 2-0 lead because they have basically every flip online right now. They get a little bit more potential in. Dallas has a lot of the strike wars, winning a lot of them. Has the flip up to boot, gets deflected by V, and now that barrier is still somehow holding. It's one barrier in the process, but now Miyoshi just has to win a simple strike to win the second one. Doesn't get it through. Suplex coming in to help with the defense, and wow, what a Rose Warp. W
Estelle
Rose Warp
secondary
Gaming.
moment.
The secondary moment as the flip does come up from Marinko's, does save it out, and now Zealous has a lot to work with, has a lot of room to work with Miyoshi trying to get the pass through. Has the speed, has the energy too, gets the banish onto Suplex, but doesn't make it matter. The barrier falls, and now Suplex in a very easy spot to win the strike war. It's a 0.5.
Yeah, these teams love getting to their 0.5s in their sets, and energy economy for Vigos is very high right now. This is a dangerous point for Baguette Boys. Mayoshi's the only one with the flip, but if they're able to win all these interactions, then there shouldn't be too much to fear. But V is really keeping the core towards Suplex just with the Rose Warp and the piercing shot constantly. But Sad Boy's angle, both flips do come out. That's very unfortunate. Both barriers go down as well. And Miyoshi has the flip here, but right now not able to get the core to Miyoshi. But flip comes out right there, shoots it bottom corner, and it does sink right past. Suplex tries to walk back with the barrier beam to help save, but just not quite in time.
Bang, baby. Another set out for the Baguette Boys. Very, very quick 2-0 lead. Very, very good start. And currently they have a lot to choose from. Team player on the board right now. And he is still also Super Surge to work with as well, but you gotta just have to worry about the Kazan Axe. Super Surge going over to the now. The Atlas looking to take the team player. Mighty Colossus is going over to V, actually. So now you get away from the Kazan, but Kazan has a stinger. The Ad Rush proc also coming on to Suplex. And the main thing is that he has Ad Rush, actually. This is going to be a very scary game. You have to be on your toes for this one.
Yeah, Miyoshi opting for the team player. Probably going to try and keep core in towards Xylus a lot of the time. And we'll probably see a few plays with them passing back and forth with each other to pick up that core speed to try and get it around Big Smoke easier. But Suplex, as you mentioned, did get that ad rush, so with how he's been finding kills, that could snowball very catastrophically. Save forced out by the Rune Banish, but V is able to take that bear with the piercing shot. Suplex going for the kill, cannot quite get it, just barely not enough power. And bear down on the side of Vigils. All that Baguette Boys needs to do is just keep this offensive, because they need to protect each other and make sure that they don't go down to this Asher, because if this Asher does get those kills, then it will scale, but they're just distracted by the Asher, and V's able to just secure that goal with the Crystal Thorns.
Yeah, checkmate is good for the Beagles. Currently, as they're looking to work back their way, they took 2 points before. They're going to try to take 3 this time, as they are actually holding on a very good offensive right now. They've been keeping the way of Corp from a very long distance, and it's a good thing so far as they take one bear on the other side. The Baguette Boys looking to try to keep up this offense. Double banish comes through as well. Big Smoke keeping it away for now, but it's only a matter of time before this core can come down. But also Big Smoke has to flip too. A lot of strikers have to be one here being taken as well. Somehow both barriers don't go down as well. Suplex losing a couple of strike wars has to flip to boot. Even could kill Malakos at this very moment in time. Has to flip to boot as well. Centered right through, and now Suplex has an open barrier situation on his hands right now against a now. But the main thing is that can Big Smoke manage to keep holding on until it happens? Miyoshi getting really low off of the pop. And now Suplex doesn't have a lot. We'll find the KO. The Ad Rush proc coming online. And finds the second KO too. Big Smoke scoring that goal. What an explosive start.
Yeah, it gets very scary for Baguette Boys when they start getting low health, because Suplex does have a healthy amount of power right now. And if he's able to get them below half health, he can just find the Sad Boys angle. He's able to find these KOs and just pick up that constant speed. Because like right now, Mayoshi's in a bad spot, but he does get banished, so he's a bit safe for the time being. Are able to save both those barriers for now. Flip is forced out, going to go top side. Miyoshi trying to cover that side. But Flip on the midfielder and the goalie. Miyoshi looking very weak. If they want to kill him here, they will. Stands in the black hole, but is barely saved. Suplex is probably going to look for this kill here soon. Yep, walking right up towards him, but fortunately Malrig does save him with the now special.
Yeah, good thing so, but lost track where means that second barrier will fall down, and they haven't been finding barriers at all this complete set. And this could be a complete turnaround from last game as well. The core goes right past Suplex winning the strike war against Malricos. And that's another set for the Vigils. They can make a comeback here as they did last game too. A lot of surprises coming in as Suplex does earn MVP of this set. And now what he has to take, he has 1-2 punch as well, but I think he's getting enough KOs. He's going to go for the prize for their stack. And there we go. He does pick it up, actually. He's going to pick it up.
Yeah, it's looking like it, and this is very bad for Baguette Boys. They are going to take a lot more damage, be knocked so much further, and Suplex is going to keep stacking up that prize fighter and that adrenaline rush and just run through the opposition. Unless Baguette Boys does just manage to keep avoiding all the hits from the Estelle and the Atlas as well, because they are getting caught by some of their primaries, but there's not too much they can do about that unless they always keep finding ways to hit the core around them, which is what they're going to need to do to keep it away from Suplex so that they aren't taking any residual damage.
And the main thing is that they are back on the offense now, finding one barrier, finding almost a second one as well. Has to burn the Atlas Expanse, and now KO is almost found. Actually, Atlas doing a lot of work. He has Glass Cat. He doesn't have a Glass Cat. What am I saying? He's moving really quickly though. 578 speed on the core right now. I think it's because of the Now Mine. But one barrier is found somehow, not two. And Xylos and Miyoshi and Malrako just have to fight. 3-second barrier is found with a great time strike, and the piercing shot connects instantly to Malric Nose, and the Vigils are back.
Yeah, that was a very rough situation, especially with that prime time. She just has multiple piercing shots up, and they do stun longer because of that explosive entrance. And speaking of explosive entrance, I've seen a lot of kills that Xylos would have gotten with his open primary if he had taken explosive entrance, but obviously opting for more stagger just to try and be on the field more often. Big Smoke builds up a very fast flip with that secondary if he didn't already have it. And Xylos and Miyoshi need to work together here. But V uses the Crystal Thorns to keep the core over there. Barrier does go down somehow. Black Hole just barely stealing it away. 2 flips out. V is forced out, but is keeping control. It was mainly just seems like a tempo flip just to keep the core on the side of the Baguette Boys. Suplex is looking very dangerous here, has a flip, but he does go down. That's a very important kill to have gotten. He had full flip and he went down, but the barrier is lost for Baguette Boys now. Xylos and Miyoshi are in the power play, but they need to secure this goal somehow. But V is just keeping it away, just completely dominating the entire midfield.
Monumental is so scary onto this Atlas, and it's working wonders right now. Finds the KO again, another Adverse Proc on board. Go, the choo-choo train right there. Suplex finds the easy goal onto Malric Nose. It's another point for the Vigils, completely dominating this game. Well, not even dominating, but so far it looks like they are doing such a great job at coming back right here. If Xylos and Miyoshi want to come back here, they just have to find the synergy that they found the first 2 sets. But the main thing is that they just gotta work together. One barrier falling down, and Suplex is KO'd yet again, but second barrier is falling for the trouble. Has to
Oh no!
What the heck happened there?
It seemed like they're getting very antsy right now because V is taking this entire game by storm. The only person in the lobby that is level 10 right now. So they are doing everything in their power. Because even with Suplex going down and losing those prize fire stacks, V is just covering every possible angle and even just taking these barriers on their own. Because they did get that kill on Suplex, but Malric just struck the core a bit too early. Just not enough patience, and the Crystal Thorns caught the core.
This is a very concerning game right now. Set match and potentially series match on the horizon right now for the Vigils. Another set 5 bagger to look forward to, but currently this is a very, very scary game right now. Big Smoke has a lot to work with. Actually, has the Monumentalist, has the Cast the Last as well. If they want to play the game, they have to play this extremely quickly. But the main thing is that they have to keep their barriers intact too. Both barriers going down, and that's a very scary point for Suplex. He's basically building so hard. He has so much speed onto this next point. It's already 1-0, and it seems very dire. You kind of just have to outplay them. But so far, Suplex is doing such a good job just completely exploding onto the scene and winning every interaction that it almost seems impossible to actually win now. Before going to the middle in a very dangerous spot, almost wins the strike word too. And they're just on defense the entire time. A simple strike word just has to be won from either side just to keep the crowd, but the Baguette Boys aren't winning those crucial strike wars.
Yeah, the Vigils seem to have every base covered. V has all the control, Big Smoke has a lot of speed, so they can constantly catch core, and Suplex has all the power, just able to find these KOs constantly. They just seem like they've got everything that they need down pat. Suplex is going to, it does look like he's looking for a KO here, but does in fact go for the core. Gonna try and hit it around Malric, but cannot quite find anything. Is not able to keep that control, but is able to get that KO, which is very scary. Tries to go and save V, but huge burst coming out from Malric, able to take that barrier, but Suplex is still catching up to the core. The airship in a very bad spot right now. Malric and Mayoshi both taking damage, V taking that barrier, and if Suplex just chooses to look at one of them and kill them, he probably would get it, because he currently has both stacks of prize fire, 201 power on this Asher, so he could just find a kill any moment he wanted right now. Zelos being kept out of the fight by the Alice and the Estelle. Core goes right up to Suplex, doesn't end up catching the dribble with the primary, but V is keeping really good control, just trying to feed the core to Suplex. Xylos cuts it off with the hook. Mayoshi and Xylos trying to pass each other with the team player, but cannot quite get it. Core's moving very fast in this overtime. V is able to find the angle, is able to hit it below the now drone into the piercing shot, and this is potentially the last point of the series right here.
Series point on the horizon yet again. V completely dominating this game, showing the prowess as usual, but they're not out just yet. One barrier is found. Almost found the second one too, but they're just winning so many strike wars. There's one, there's another two as well. This is so close. He has the flip as well, takes the orb as well, just to deny Maurenco's. He could be going for a kill at any moment right now, and they're just basically desperate for anything. A flip comes out as well. He's lagging as well. Oh my goodness. But the core comes back. Wait a minute. This is not what you want to see right now. V has no possession right now, but has to just get the core suplex. He has a lot of stagger up for grabs. Has to find the goal as well, but good thing is that Miyoshi does find the perfect to pillar at least to get it through, but Suplex has core control still. He's so strong right now. He has basically perfect positioning right now, but the main thing is that you just have to get the core away. That's the main thing. As Zelos just tries to go for the hook, doesn't find it though. Almost tries to kill onto V though. Good thing he didn't find it though, because V is having so much pressure here. Marcos has a flip up, has to use it now. It gets the kill as well, but Zelos has a flip. He gets it though. Good for them.
That was a very dangerous turn of events for Baguette Boys, but fortunately Xylos was able to get the flip, force out Big Smoke's flip as well, and secure that point. But energy economy very weak on all sides right now. And just the constant pressure from V and Suplex is able to keep the core on Baguette Boy's side and take barriers just like that with ease. It seems like there's no opposing pressure from Baguette Boys. V just constantly has these primaries because that prime time is going insane, and Suplex just pops the Asher secondary and hits the core and Malric, and they do take that series.
Series sweep by the Vehicles. It felt so close yet so far from the jaws of defeat, and the Baguette Boys, they were the champions of Clarion Corp Trials number 0, the test one we ran, but let's see if they can possibly come back here. Miyoshi and Maurencos are both really good, very good players, but they just need to maybe clean up a little bit more, and they're all good. But the start of the show, actually, V 216 Raider X goes crazy hard. Even 2 KOs doing more damage than Suplex would ever do. And it's just literally a complete carry game. He has also basically almost every single goal as an assist as well. This guy's playing like a legend right now. You want to stop him, you got to go through the rest of the team as well.
Yeah, that was very powerful. I mean, undisputed, the game even says so itself. V did a lot of the heavy lifting for the side of Eagles that game. Just always able to be on top of core, able to take the barriers with the piercing shot. And because of that prime time, had piercing shot anytime that Malric wanted to try and clear away or tried to get the core to Miyoshi or Zelos, just always able to cover every angle. And even if it didn't go in, it was always able to bounce back to either V or Suplex. And wherever Suplex was, damage also was. So KOs were coming out left and right, and constant speed from that ad rush just left Baguette Boys very, very scared.
I think the main thing, the big takeaway is that they let Suplex get bulk up Reptile Remedy twice in a single game. Both games to let it happen, and they could have been easily denied as well. But honestly, good for them for knowing the draft. That draft was insane for them, and they actually took the right awakening to the right times, and it actually worked out in the end, which is pretty good. So good for them. Good for the Beagles for knowing that the draft opportunity was coming, and they took it with ease.
Yep, 2 games in a row that stagger scaling has been the main cause of success, and mostly power scaling, because I think that's also 2 games in a row where Suplex has had Reptile, Bulk Up, Prize Fighter, and Ad Rush all at once.
Yeah, it's just a crazy setup in general. Very, very scary, and good for them that they made it to grand finals, which we'll be seeing you guys in a bit though. But we have to cover the losers finals first. We have a game going on right now, a little bit of a buffer before that happens, but we'll catch you guys in a bit. This is me and Blank signing off.
And welcome everyone. We are back. We are here with a losers final matchup between the Baguette Boys and the Amigos. Both teams having a really good showing already, but sadly not good enough to stay in the upper bracket for now. But we'll see how they're going to match up against each other for these loser final series and the eventual grand final series, where the Veagles are currently waiting for their opponent. I'm joined by P Flare. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing good. And hopefully these teams are doing even better simply because like you said, they weren't quite able to get it done in the winners, but that doesn't mean they're out of it yet. So this is their chance to kind of like shake back, shake off any kind of like cobwebs, any kind of issues that they've been having and prove that they're still in this.
Yeah, most definitely. And we are already going to go into the draft here as well. As for the bans that both of these teams ended up going for, the side of the Baguette Boys have opted to take away the Era. Very strong pick right now. Very dominant pick as well. And also a very consistently good pick for Varukos, who is a player on the Amigos. Varukos, or the side of Amigos, then answering with a rune ban of their own. We've seen Miyoshi's rune today already. We've seen the damage it was doing. Again, really, really justified band overall. And we'll see what both teams are going to be opting into. Malrachnos, we've seen quite a few times on this Atlas already today. Had a good showing every single time. So it makes sense to lock in that defensive goalie to make sure he has that consistency in net.
Yeah, and that is very clearly kind of like their game plan here, looking at this, especially because we're going to Taiko Temple, if I'm correct. So that means that, like, with that Atlas behind them, and with this Mako, that's just excuse me, that's not a Mako, that is an Asher. Either way, actually, very similar result on the whole. Just being able to kind of like lock down that core and being able to mitigate a lot of the chaos that Taiko Temple tends to bring. Meanwhile, on the other side, you've got Kai, Juliet, and Now, which to me kind of says almost the opposite. They want to kind of embrace that chaos that Taiko Temple can bring and basically try and outspeed their opponents.
Yeah, and good thing that you're bringing up Chaos, right? Because the starter awakenings were hotshot and heavy impact, so we're gonna have a lot of Chaos going through with just a core speed, with a heavy impact as well with potential damage. So we'll see which team's gonna adapt better to it, as the side of the Baguette Boys are currently on a really good start, taking out both barriers from the Amigos pretty swiftly, and almost getting a score in, but Raven Remix was able to interrupt that and takes the barrier back now for the side of Amigos.
Yeah, it is already looking very dire. First blood on the table. My goodness, that was fast. That score was fast. Baguette Boys here to play.
Here to play indeed, and I mean it's just a clean transition there, right? Just a clean execution. Took that KO on the edge, was aware of that volatility when Varukos was being so close to the goal line there. And those are the chances you need to find, right? Those are the chances you need to play for. And also, a great double barrier take yet again. The Baguette Boys really making sure to show us why the Strakar and the Asher together will be such a good forcing combination.
Yeah, nice. Zelos off the angle up there. Varika is supposed to try and clear it out, but Miyoshi on top of the game. Shotgun goes in 2-0. Very fast.
Yeah, that is the moving wall, right, that the Baguette Boys have, and that's something that Amigos is going to have to be able to adjust to, right? They're going to have to find a way to maybe get the core around them, because if Asher's going to get into close range with it, it's going to be very difficult to be dealing with it properly, as one barrier, again, drops on Amigos, but this time around, Varukos is able to hold on to the second barrier for now, so if everything goes well, maybe this point can go a different way. Raven Remix also has the flip to his name right now, so hopefully can do something with it. It has gone wide. The other flip comes out from Malrachnos actually taking a second barrier, and now Varukos on an open goal again.
Yeah, it was kind of wild. Raven Remix kind of burned that flip pretty much exactly as you will start to mention it. But yeah, no, Zelos in particular, like Asher, we all know Asher can like bully very hard if you give her half a chance. So they're trying to not give her that chance. And honestly, I do think that now and Juliet both have the ability to kind of like shut down any kind of like Asher bully play, but that's a lot easier said than done, to be frank.
Yeah, it is. It is very much the case. They do have utility to really be dealing against it, but it also kind of comes into play of how much do you want to really invest to deny the Asher, right? Do we really care that much about it that we're going to be using all these abilities? And even if you deny the Asher, you have a Drakkar right behind it with that shotgun who can just do stuff like this. Didn't even need the shotgun here, but even if Arukas was ready to intercept that core at the time and strike right back, a shotgun was likely would have followed, and that's the force of that pick, as the MVP will go to Malriknos for this set.
Yeah, just a crap ton of control, and I am seeing a lot of very interesting things here for pretty much everyone. Even like missile propulsion on like the Atlas wouldn't go too bad. Nope. In particular, I'm looking for that spark to get started, maybe even that prize fighter to try and cause some differences.
Yeah, the prize fighter could go really hard on either the Julie or the Asher. As it does go onto the Julie, she's gonna be looking to get these KOs going and get that snowball going. But overall, team player is gonna be a great tool for Varukos because we've been talking about how it's gonna be difficult to get the core away from the Drakkar and the Asher. Team player is gonna give you abilities, the ability to have that extra core speed to just completely send it to the other side of the map. And also, a bulk up, not an awakening to be underestimated. We've seen it in previous series before, whenever Suplex was able to get that bulk up and was able to get that stagger going for himself, that damage that was being added through that bulk up is nothing to laugh at.
No, you're definitely right there. But yeah, we can kind of see like both teams' game plans are starting to come online a little bit. Like we said earlier, Amigos definitely they want to get that core speed up and start slinging that SOB out and making sure that it can't be caught. On the other hand, yeah, Baguette boys, they just been kind of steady march, steady, just like a steady cadence of boom, boom, boom. We here. We in your goal. You got to deal with it.
Yeah, exactly. And unfortunate now Primary there ended up taking that own goal, but in the end it's still gonna be kind of fine. It's the first goal of the set, right? So there's still a lot of like potential here as Miyoshi is getting rather low. Needs to be taken needs to be careful not to be taken out, and a crucial evade coming out there as well, and great positioning will just take that barrier as Foxer has a flip on this now. Will use it here to deny Zealous the activation of his own flip, as one barrier is likely gonna drop here. Not the one we would have expected from that situation, but it is down. Miyoshi though, crucial strike or win against Varukas, and right now you're seeing kind of that difficulty just of executing a Kai against Force like this, as Varukas is very much having to adjust to playing this out properly.
Yeah, it's just proving a bit of an issue to basically deal with all this control that they have, and Miyoshi's just constantly set up, constantly waiting for the feed and getting ready to just, you know, light things up for a little bit with like that shotgun, that molten bolt. Everything they got is just so scary to deal with, but that may be one of the ways to deal with it. Managed to get the core past everyone for a quick double, so now it's them with the opportunity, but both Folkster and Raven very low on health, even with a now.
Even with it now, because that damage is just gonna sustain itself. Also, Zealous just took a page out of Raven's book there. Just said, you know what, you can take a double barrier, I can do the same. And then they follow it up with a goal as well. Malriknos again, the first pick here. And as the Atlas, you do have quite a few awakenings that you're gonna be happy to pick up. Here, you probably are looking towards the Monumentalist to make sure that doesn't drop down to the now. Could even consider a Castellast if you just want to have your creations up for longer. Monumentalist is the choice.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised there. Spark of Agility, trying to get a little bit faster. I would expect that Castellas to... Oh, I was about to say to hit now if Drakkar didn't take it, but Drakkar took it. So, honestly, interesting draft, but also not that interesting. I feel like there might have been a deny here or there, but for the most part, everybody got something they could use. However, I also feel as though because everybody got something they could use, things are still in Big Boy's favor.
Yeah, I think the bigger thing for the side of Amigos, at least here, is that they got a lot of movement speed with that among Titans, with that spark of agility as well that can start stacking for Varukas further down the line, maybe. They do have a little bit more mobility on the map to maybe go and influence an attack or create an attack that the enemy can't really be dealing with. But again, you said it before, the draft I don't think changes much. Baguette Boys are still very much better off, and they're showing us that as well, as they have already found their first goal without even having to use a flip of any sorts.
Yeah, just very, very methodical, very regular. Focus already on the back foot, one down in terms of barriers. Amigos has not been able to kind of solve the problem that is Miyoshi and Zelos to a slightly lesser extent, but since they can't solve these problems, Baguette Boys have just been kind of like walking over them.
Yeah, they just continuously find themselves in a better position, and even though they do find a barrier here, they use a flip for it, and a flip gets answered. And again, almost immediately, Miyoshi here up front gets taken out, though, by a great dash punch from Raven Remix, as they now have a power play, and they will make use of that power play to get the goal for Amigos. This could get their momentum going, but before we want to claim anything here, I would like to see them take a second goal in this set.
Yeah, no, absolutely, because we kind of said it earlier. We thought that like their whole game plan was like outspeed, and Julie kind of had to be a bit of a cornerstone of that. Julie hasn't been having any luck with finding KOs this game, and that definitely seems like they're going to need to do that if they're going to be able to find anything. Now, that wasn't a KO, but that was a near wall kill, and that helped get that core past them. So there's that second goal, and who knows? Maybe they can lock in. Maybe I'll say it now. Maybe this is the start of a reverse wave. Who knows?
I mean, we've seen plenty of those already, as the side of the Baguette Boys actually have gotten reverse swept twice just in the series before, so who knows? Maybe they are cursed. I wish it for them that they're not, but we'll see how it's going to be playing out, right? Because, again, this third set, it looks so much different already compared to the first two that we were watching. So we'll have to see if they can maybe grab onto this momentum, and again, a great KO from Raven Remix there to actually get that play going. They're now trying to look to take the second barrier, but the defense from Zelos and Malriknos, both on Asher and Atlas, really strong defensive characters, is going to be too strong to get it through, as now Foxer's going to be taken off the map. Power play in favor of the Baguette Boys.
Wow, that was a nice response, just completely shredding Foxer. But yeah, just great defense, honestly, from both sides, both trying to like break through. And Baguette Boys again managed to do that first goal open, slips right past Varicus. Miyoshi, Malakatraz just very good on that kind of like setup and feed.
Yeah, Zella's doing a really good job there at interrupting Varukas as well with that Asher primary, making sure that even if he's gonna be in range, he can't really do anything about the core coming his way. So, even though we do find 2 goals on the side of Amigos, they do need to find the third to take the set win, because if they're not finding the next goal in this game, Taiko Temple's gonna be done, and it's gonna go into the Baguette Boys, so something will have to be found, as Foxer's fighting for his life currently.
Yeah, they have been... Baguette Boys have been so great at not letting like characters play the game at certain points, and that could have been it. That is it. Excuse me, Zelos slots it in right in the corner. Baguette Boys take it. Very clean, very dominant. We are done for this game.
Yeah, in the end, their consistency just ended up being a bit too much for Amigos to really be dealing with, right? They ended up just holding the line on the defense, making it difficult for them to find the score. And even in that last set, when Raven Remix and Foxer were finding those barriers and finding those goals against Malriknos' Atlas, it ended up being too much, right? They needed like maybe another set, maybe, for Amigos to properly get into contention for winning the game. But as it was standing right there, the Baguette Boys had a firm grasp of how the game was going. Also, every single member on the Baguette Boys with 3 goals here, giving us a little bit of a showing as well that they're kind of playing together well. And it's great for them, because this means even though they ended up dropping down from the winners finals, they are in no way done with the day yet. They're here just to continue playing, and they have shown that in this first game.
Yeah, so just need to keep that up, because they, like I said, very nice showing, very consistent, and now it's their pick, I believe. So you said that earlier.
Yeah, I do believe so. Taiko Temple was the map pick from the side of the Amigos, so now we're going into AtLab, which is the pick from the side of the Baguette boys. So I'm curious to see what is going to be changing in terms of how they're going to be approaching these games. It could even be the point made that you'd rather deal with the rune from Yoshi over the Atlas from Malriknos, but that's going to be a decision that's going to lie with the Amigos of how they're going to be approaching this, as the players are now getting everything ready for this AtLab game. But Amigos obviously get the side selection, as it is the Baguette boys the map pick. So we'll see if they're maybe even gonna, they could even try to go for some kind of like middle way of trying to deny the rune by banning it and first picking for the Atlas. And we'll see if that's going to be the game plan, because Amigos did end up going for the first pick in this game.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame them, because right now something kind of has to change on the Amigos side to try and figure out how to get through this. I really did think they were going to be going for more of a bit more of a damage setup than they did last game. They did manage to find a couple of KOs, but they didn't really, it didn't feel to me like they spec'd into it. Like I said, they were more about like speed, trying to like basically, okay, we about to try and outplay homie, and I don't think that that's going to happen at this juncture. I think you don't need to try and like outplay him, you need to try and outbeat him. You need to throw those beatboxes, Beats by Dre on there.
Yeah, we will see, as we do have the Awakening pair now ready, and it's going to be a Big Fish Spark of Strength on the AtLab game. So, could be a KO angle, right? It could be another approach of like, hey, look, we're going to go Spark of Strength and we're going to try to take you out. But with Big Fish together as well, you could also just core control it, right? Just play for that strike war advantage, play for that little bit of extra HP as well. And again, do keep in mind that together with Bulk Up and Reptile Remedy being in the pool, that HP from Big Fish will matter, because it's going to give you more bonuses out of those Awakenings and put more of a priority on these Awakenings. Because again, we've seen it in previous series, how much that Stagger Awakening pairing can do whenever Suplex was able to pick those up.
Yeah, no, I can definitely see that. So either way, it's a bit of a mountain to climb for Amigos. Like, not saying they can't do it, but they are going to have to lock in, and they are going to have to basically figure out what game plan they want from Rip and absolutely push for it. So hopefully they can do that. Hopefully they can kind of like, you got to commit to the bid.
Yeah,
whatever that bid is.
Most definitely. And even though there's gonna have to be a different change in draft, the bans stayed the same. So Amigos are still opting to take out the rune from Yoshi, saying, hey, look, we saw the damage again, we don't want to be dealing with. And obviously the Baguette boys taking out Era. For people that do not know, Varukos is, I wouldn't say an Era one trick, but as close as you can be to an Era one trick without being one. So very much favored to that Era pick, so it makes sense to take it out, especially in its current form where it is as strong as it is. So Varukos likely going to be put onto maybe something like a Kai again. We'll see if that's going to be the option. Or again, if there's going to be a strategy of just saying, hey, listen, Varukos, maybe you're not going to be a fan of it, but if we take away the Atlas, Malriknos is going to have a little bit more difficulty on the defensive side there.
Yeah, I forget if we mentioned this. We do have a bit of a substitution there in that Raven Remix subbed out and Abercrombie is in.
Correct,
so
yeah.
So that is also going to be something to look at to see if this if this kind of different team comp is going to lead to some different major play style differences. Excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, it could also just be in part of like a different character pool that it could be working with, right? Raven Remix was doing a good job on that Julie beforehand, but if you are now swapping around by what the hover is looking like, Foxer into the forward position, you do need someone to pick up that midfield position. Abercrombie might be a bit more suited for that, as Varukos is going to opt to just put the fries in a bag, locks in the Atlas, is going to hold it down, and that's going to force the side of the Baguette boys into a different goalie as they look in the Finian to Kazan. Curious to see who's going to be in the net. I think Malriknos has a Finny that he could be playing, so it might be that, which would be another sign that maybe now the side of the Baguette boys are heavily leaning into damage here and playing for that damage. Again, keep in mind, Spark of Strength and Big Fish are Awakenings, so I think I'm expecting a close to full Big Fish on the side of the Amigos. and close to full Spark of Strength on the side from the Briquette boys. And yeah, I mean, basically.
Basically. Yep, Varakas with the Spark of Strength. Crombie and Fox are both with Big Fish on one side. Miyoshi, Malcatraz got the strength on the other side. Zealous with the fish on that. So it's going to be interesting how those drafts shake out because they're going to want to first. Oh, I was about to say Sad Boys. Instead, it was a double. We're going to have to see how that shakes out in terms of like drafts for Sparks. Who's going to get them? Who's going to be the designated Spark taker? And who is just going to like be satisfied with what they got? But meanwhile, First Blood once again to, I believe that is, excuse me, that is Baguette Boys.
Yes, that is the Baguette boys. They just find these edges, they find the barriers, and we'll see, because Malriknos on that first point, right, lost the barriers rather swiftly. Now, the question is that going to be a consistent theme, because Finny is going to be a little bit more difficult to pilot defensively compared to an Atlas, or is that just a one-off situation there? Because that is going to be the key to winning this game for the side of the Amigos, holding it down longer than the side of the Baguette boys, and eventually just overforcing them with that Amy and that Rasmus pressure that they can create. Because again, Yoshi might not be on his rune pick right now because that got banned out, but he's been showing great skill sets on the Drakkar pick as well.
Yeah, for sure. I do feel like the Aimi has a bit more capacity to kind of like transition defense to offense just because of like the card throws, the triple take, even the big finish to an extent. But that is something else. Just shoot it and watch it go in.
Yeah, a little bit of slight mispositioning from Varukos there has ended up being the reason why that core is going in, and I feel like that's been kind of the story of some of these points. It's just like that millimeter off, you know, of standing in the position where you need to be, which ended up costing Varukos some of these barriers and goals, as, again, 2 barriers are going to be found from the side of the Baguette boys. Fox are now trying to run up on the bottom here. Never mind, Evercrombie actually with a great cyber swipe will take that core. Fox are now trying to force it past, but a good offensive positioning from Evercrombie will be able to cover the only clear angle that Malriknos had there. And now, first goal for Amigos. And even though the set started on heavily in Baguette Boys' favor, they're looking better at the start of the Atlap game than they did at the start of the Taiko game.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, like you saw, again, you mentioned it, you saw that positioning just like 1-2-1 already had the clear angles set and defended. It was very little I feel like they could do at that point. Energy is on the side of Amigos as well, although Baguette Boys not exactly lacking in that front either. Just a very scary situation all around. And yeah, Baguette Boys very quick to take advantage of that open goal. All 3 of them started to collapse on that for that last set point, you noticed. So yeah, they are not afraid to get everybody in on things when needs must, and they are very much rewarded for it. I'm seeing a lot of good stuff here.
Yeah, the Drakkar is kind of spoiled for choice here. The bulk up is going to be great together with a big fish for most people in here. Not a single spark here, so everyone that went Spark of Strength not incredibly happy as the Twin Drive finds his way to direct the eye off of Atlas. Varukos very happy to pick up a team player, though, is going to, again, help with clear angles as the Monk Titans finds his way onto Malriknos. Gives extra size to the Kazan, whilst Kazan also picks up bulk up. Which, again, keep in mind, Zelos does have the big fish, so that means there's going to be even more damage coming out of this bulk up awakening. And Hotshot, also something to mention real quick, really good pickup for Evercrombie here for the Amy.
Yeah, no, that is a very big, just a very big, very chunky umbrella boy right there. So watch yourselves. It's going to rain and he's going to make it.
He will do that, but before that, Foxer has something to say about it, because Foxer just took the first goal here. Great setup, covered that bottom excellently to make it more difficult for Malriknos to be dealing with the situation appropriately. And that is the other thing, you do have the Among Titans on the goalie, which means in straight up Strike Wars, Foxer will now have a huge advantage, right? Because not only is it just baseline the fact that Finny is now a smaller on her size, you also do have the fact that Foxer ended up going for the big fish as his starter awakening, which means it's a double advantage in terms of size.
Yeah, so at this point, it's just they have to kind of start playing to their advantage. Like that Rasmus is so scary, especially when that black hole is up, because yeah, it's a bit of a gimmick play, but it's still something you have to watch out for in there. Yeah, he can just try and like hook you into the goal for a pop. Meanwhile, you see like Miyoshi saying, I fish a different way. I just shoot him.
Yeah, but a crucial point there, right, is for that works for Amigos. They got the flip out of Zelos. And on top of that, Foxer was close to being taken out, but in the end survived it through the point, which means that energy that he has accumulated on this Rasmus, it's gonna soon stack up to a flip that he can use offensively and try to overwhelm Malriknos' defense with. So, good thing that they were able to stay alive. But I don't know how much Abercrombie's going to be able to stay alive because that Kazan damage is now racking up with that Big Fish bulk up.
Yeah, Atlas helped out a little bit, but the way they've been kind of just like beating on that poor cat, it is not healthy. But nearly tries to take out Foxer, does Miyoshi, burns the flip for it, but unfortunately no sale. Foxer living on a wing and a prayer, never mind, not living at all. Zelos and Miyoshi immediately take advantage, beautiful feed. Up, down, around, where is the core going?
Yeah, Miyoshi's just consistently finding these angles at the corners of the goals that Varukas just isn't really able to get to. Keep in mind, this Atlas, I believe, also running the momentum boots, right? So you don't really have anything in terms of range to cover if the core is going to be too far away from you. You have your primary, but that is rather low range now with the recent change. So if you're off position even just slightly, it's gonna be a bit more difficult to execute, which is the reason why Miyoshi, together with his Karpik, just confine these edges in that defense and play into it accordingly. The second barrier is gonna be found for the Amigos here. They wanna be looking for this next goal because you really do not want to start off the second game with a 2-set deficit.
Yeah, for sure. Very nice hit, very nice flip on there, but also very nice to now. They are trying desperately to get this second goal in. They do, actually. Still in it are Amigos. Abercrombie kind of having to take that one on their back.
Yeah, but you can see that Amy picks Zucker now quite nicely because Amy's going to be able to jump around the map. She's going to be able to be present at an instant when she does need to go somewhere. And that's kind of worked in favor of the side of the Amigos so far. As both barriers will go down, though, and the Baguette boys are now trying to finish off the set as fast as they can. But the Amigos will have a strong offense here, as Foxer's going to get close to his flip soon. But the Strike War wins from Zelos will just outperform Varukas' defense there. 2-0 set lead now in favor of the Baguette boys, and Amigos are going to have to find a different approach sometime soon.
Yeah, it's a bit late to pivot, but at the same time, you kind of got to pivot. You got to figure out what are we doing here. I'm seeing a lot of like damage around the board. So yeah, it's gonna be they've got to kind of like decide on what they need to do to answer this. To answer basically this whole team of the Baguette boys. In particular, this Kazan, I would say, is kind of proving in a bit of an overwhelming, persistent threat. Like, you definitely have Miyoshi there, just shotgunning it in whenever they can, but I feel like it's Zelos that's been causing like a lot of these plays to even be possible, just a lot of this setup that's going on.
Yeah, you did end up getting the missile proportion for Varukas there, which is going to help with interrupting early, right? These primaries are going to be flying much further now. That's going to help you on the defensive end a little bit, but the big scary part is that the entirety of the side of the Baguette boys have just gotten more KO presence, right? Stinger for Miyoshi is going to make sure that the shotgun's going to turn deadly very consistently. You have the Might of the Colossus for the Kazan, who has 2 size awakenings to his name. And then lastly, you have to Spark of Leadership on Malriknos, which again, keep in mind, Spark of Strength starter. That means everyone's gonna get more strength on the side of the Baguette boys, so does need to be careful here. But as of right now, the core control was the reason why Amigos were able to not take the point here.
Yeah, Zelos is just ginormous. Like, look at the size of that umbrella. It's almost the size of one of the gold barriers. And it's like, how do you get how do you get past that? How do you beat that down? How do you do anything to that? And they are managing to find it. I say that, but they do have the goal open. So maybe the trick is to just not be anywhere in his vicinity. Don't let him actually play the game.
Yeah, as of right now, it's going to mainly come down to how long can Varukas hold down the point, right? Because the offense will find barriers off of Malriknos, but the side of Baguette Boys can set themselves up so consistently and so well to just take the barriers right back. If this Atlas can pivot into a better playstyle of maybe just holding on to one barrier instead of trying to hold on both of them, it could change up a little bit because it's going to give you more time for the side of Amigos to actually find the open goal score, because it hasn't been, the problem has not been getting the barriers, it's always been getting the goal. And you can see it here again, both barriers down, Varukas holding on to it, a great flip deny, but Baguette Boys one goal away from taking home the series and just going back to grands already as a flip goes wide from Varukas. Foxer is helping on the defensive end here, but the damage is continuing to stack up on Zelos, from Zelos, as he's going to be positioned properly to completely shut down that clear from Varukas, and an extremely swift 6-0 win overall for the side of the Baguette Boys here, as they do not want to break. They're immediately going back up to Grants to go up against the Eagles.
Yeah, that was just very clean. They were like, we are not staying down here. No, we know where we belong. And yeah, that is going to be like a fun one, especially if the Baguette Boys continue to play like this. Just absolutely monstrous, ever present everywhere across the board. And like I said, they didn't even need that many KOs. They just managed to control the core and just be an absolutely overwhelming presence. And that was enough to kind of just allow them to bully the core in almost every time they wanted to.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see it kind of in the way that the stats kind of portray themselves as well. The amount of shots that the side of the Baguette Boys got off compared to the side of the Amigos, it's just so much more, right? There's just more attack consistently coming out, which makes it more difficult for the Amigos to really get their attacks and their threats going. So even though Amigos has made it the way to losers finals, they made it into the final selections, this is where their run is going to have to end, finishing third overall in the Clarion Corp Trials Season 1. But our tournament's not done yet, because the Baguette Boys are coming back with a vengeance into the upper bracket in Grand Finals.
Yep, we are going to have to see how that shakes out, and we're just going and going and going, and in a way, like, some folks would say that getting a moment to kind of like breathe, maybe do a little bit of last extra homework on, like your next opponents, that would be good. Some people would say that no, if you already got like into a rhythm, you already got kind of like that mental momentum, you just want to keep on trucking, that would be that's kind of like a better shout. But in general, like we're just gonna keep going. We're just gonna keep moving on.
Yeah, exactly. And the Baguette Boys, if they do want to take home the Season 1 victory, reminder as well, Miyoshi and Malriknos were on the Season 0 roster for our testing season for the Clarion Corp Trials, and they ended up taking home that season. So if they want to go and win this season and be the first people to graduate from the Clarion Corp Trials, they're going to have to go up against the Eagles again, up in the grand finale. Big thing about that, though, is they have a pretty hard battle ahead of them, because the Grand Finals has a bracket reset. So they don't need to win just one BO3, they need to win two. But before they can concern themselves even with the idea of winning the second BO3, they're going to have to go through the first one against the Eagles. So to get that ready and going, we will go into a short little break, and we'll be right back with you again. And we are back with the grand finals now between the Veagles and the Baguette Boys. The last time they met was just a little bit ago in the winners final, where it was a 2-0 victory for the Veagles, but both of those games were a 2-0 lead in favor of the Baguette Boys. So it's gonna kind of come down to, are the Baguette Boys gonna be able to get that approach differently to get the game into a winning state as well, or are they just setting themselves up to get reverse swept again? I hope not for them, but we do have shocker, Atlap, Tycho, and Night Market as our maps. EU is very creative in their map choices. And for Atlap Game 1, we have Super Surge and Monumentalist as our awakenings, with the Veagles opting to ban out the Rune from Yoshi, and the Baguette Boys opting to ban out the Mako. Kind of makes sense with the Super Surge. I'm not sure how well Mako still will do in the current patch, so I'm not sure if it's necessarily gonna justify a ban on it, but if Big Smoke Manager is more comfortable on it, hey, always a smart ban out anyways.
Yeah, generally, if you're not quite sure who you're going to ban, then at the very least, just it's never a bad idea to kind of like ban a comfort pick just to be safe, I feel. And if they're going to kind of go in that direction, then by all means. Although I don't know how much good it's going to do. We know Suplex can be a monster on defense, and honestly good with defense good with transition, from defense to offense. So that's something that we're definitely going to be looking at. Like we've seen we've seen Beagle Baguette Boys just now, so we know they have the teamwork. We know that they have the consistency, but the question is, do they have the mental to kind of shake off those earlier losses, those earlier very unfortunate losses from the Veagles, and see if they can kind of like say, okay, we realize, we understand where we faltered, and we now have a game plan to deal with that.
Yeah, we will see, and I'm also going to be curious if there's going to be maybe a different draft approach for the Baguette Boys now. Maybe they're going to put different priorities on different characters. But a certain priority that has not gone anywhere is that Atlas pick being kind of ever-present for at least today. As a Finny Ricard looking is going to happen quite quick for the Baguette Boys here. Probably opting to try to play for damage, trying to take out the enemy side. But again, you're playing it into an Atlas, which does have really good tools in that survivability department.
Yeah, this is just very much easier said than done. Yeah, we're seeing like Kazan, Finny, Drekar, we're seeing that same team come out again. They were like, okay, we're gonna dance with who brought us. So I can completely understand that and I can respect it, but you have a giant wall in the Veagles that is about to set up here, especially considering they both have Monumentalist.
Yeah, these creations are going to be rather massive. They're going to hurt quite a bit as well now. The Asher ultimate together with Monumentalist is not something to ignore when it's on top of you, because it will chunk you out quite a bit. The Super Surge also going to be an effective awakening, especially for the Kai here, because again, Kai loves speed. Kai loves running around as fast as humanly possible and just kind of be everywhere. So we definitely very happy with the pickup of that Super Surge as well. But as of right now, the Baguette Boys are trying to get their momentum going. They do take both barriers out already, and Miyoshi now on this Ricard going to try to set themselves up, place together with Zelos there with clean passes, but they do need to get it past Big Smoke Manager first, and they can't quite find it just yet.
Yeah, and something that we just saw with Big Smoke Manager with that Atlas has the strike shot, unlike the other team before, so they're going to have a bit of an easier time making these clears and saves than the last Asher that we saw. So that's going to be a bit different as V's starting to get like chunked out here, and Suplex does not care, just pushing it forward and getting that first goal in overtime.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing that didn't change is the fact that Finny on the defensive side is not going to be the best against proper force, and now Finny's not going up against something that's kind of trying to outplay you like a Kazan or something like that. Now she's just going up against an Asher. And if Asher's close range with a Finny, Asher just plops down at primary. There's not much you can do on the Finny at that point. So you need to make sure that Malruknos can either intercept these cores early enough that it never gets to Asher, or even better, Miyoshi and Zelos can position themselves in such a way where the core doesn't go up front, because you saw it right there. If Asher's going to be close range with that barrier, it's going to go down.
Yeah, that was that was pretty much a like a checkmate situation for that barrier, and wild big finish like shot out of it, manages to get that goal from a little over half court.
Yeah, that Monumentalist not quite going the way that they wanted to. As I'm gonna try to adjust something that I forgot to do in the editing. So, what do you think about the points of RP player?
I will actually say that Baguette Boys have been doing a lot of. They've been making a lot of good plays. They made their first goal right there. They've been keeping in on it, although the Beagles do seem to kind of be having their number in trying to like pass it and getting around these players. And like whenever it gets to suplex, that is when bad things happen, to say the least. But in general, I do think the Baguette Boys have been making a solid showing of it so far. It's just they kind of need to tighten up and not let suplex get involved. They do get a barrier for their troubles though it might get traded. Yep, there goes the second. And right now they do manage to get that third one. So open goals all around. Beagle Boys still, like I said, keeping it competitive. So that's good. Flip goes out. It does get stuck, but they do manage to clear. Miyoshi on the front, and it's a 2v2. Zelos tries a nice little moving grab. Doesn't quite get it through. So it's a passing play, trying to figure out how to get it past this wall of like Big Smoke Manager and V. Doesn't happen. They clear it out for the offensive. Path Splitter goes out trying to make something happen, but nope, goes back across the field. Miyoshi and Big Smoke in a bit of a 1v1, and it's the guy with the gun who takes it.
Yeah, the snipe did come out there quite nicely from Miyoshi. The Baguette Boys still up here and fighting, but an important difference here, I feel like, so far, is that the Weagles are coming out fighting a bit more than they did in previous series against the Baguette Boys. The first two sets usually going heavily in favor of the Baguette Boys. This time around, very much a fight for this first set and this first draft priority, as both barriers are now down on the Weagles side. Malruknos still holding on to that one barrier as well, but the attack is not going to slow down. Suplex almost going to be able to get this core through, but it gets denied from a clean strike war, as Miyoshi's going to try to walk up with the Ricard, try to make the use of the shotgun, but can't make use of it properly, as the core is going to get cleared out early enough again. And now Suplex, clean strike war win, takes the barrier. The attack has slowed down a bit. Zealous in a 1v1, gets it past the Atlas primary, but again, Big Smoke Manager there to catch it.
Big Smoke just been doing, like, honestly, pretty good on this defense when allowing, like, Suplex and V to just do things like that, take over the offensive pushes very effectively, and that core is often in, like, rough positions, I've noticed, for Baguette Boys to try and get out of, and that's also, like, the sign of a good goalie, being able to put the core in places where your team can benefit, but the opposing team is kind of like stuck in a pickle. It's a lot of being able to know like what your, not just what the characters can do, but what your teammates' tendencies can pull off, and that's a good sign that they're doing that for the vehicles.
Yeah, most definitely. And Suplex right now is just holding on to life, actually. He's gonna get his HP back now, though, and a huge Gigablast as the last act from V there is gonna secure this first set win for the Beagles. And this game so far, very different compared to how the other matchups went between these games, as the first set will go to the Beagles, and we'll see what they're gonna opt in these Awakening drafts here.
Yeah, I'm seeing like Fight or Flight, Specialized Training, and Deadeye. Yeah, that honestly, I wouldn't say Deadeye is like the best option for Kai, but can still definitely use it. But most importantly, you do not want that Finny to get Deadeye.
Yeah, I think that's the reason why the Deadeye pickup was going to happen there, because you saw towards the end of that last point, Suplex will just going to tank damage over and over again, if he wants to or not. And giving that damage to Finny is gonna make it much more difficult for him to really just exist on the map. So I feel like that's where the Dead Knight comes out of. Zelos gets some size, which is great for Kazan. Fight or Flight are great pickups for Suplex as well to help with that mobility issue that Asher will have. But overall, I think pretty average draft from both sides here. It's gonna again come down to how they're gonna be able to execute their picks here, as the Monumentalist Path Splitter will come out. And yeah, not much you can do about that one if you're Finny goalie.
Yeah, no, that is just a ginormous wall of no coming at you. Meanwhile, they are saying yes are the Baguette boys. Very nice slide into like that grab. Go for like a bit of a 2-on-2 and get that pass up and in for the first point.
Great angle there, and again, great aggression. That's what you're gonna have to look for. Get core onto enemy half and keep it there as much as you can. So you can set yourself up in such a way for the Baguette boys. You're looking pretty sweet for this game. They get one barrier. Can they get a second one? Not yet. Energy gonna be really high on V and Big Smoke here. Both have a flip. One has to come out, but the core still not out of the danger zone yet.
Yeah, no, Baguette boys have been trying like their absolute best to, like you said, keep that core up on the opposing half. But I feel like both teams can do that, but just because of like that Asher's constant presence, I feel like the Vegals can actually do that better. So at this point, like you said, it comes down to like a lot of like aggression on the side of Baguette boys and trying to basically not let the other team play their game. Because otherwise, if that happens, like they threw out like a big finish and several other things to try and prevent Suplex from walking that core in, and Suplex said, I don't care. I have the core, I have an open goal, it's going in. Too bad.
Yeah, the big finisher, the idea pretty simple. When the core gets close to it, we're just going to immediately activate it and it's going to get a clear, but it's high risk, high reward because Suplex was able to just stun the Finny. And then Malriknos can't reactivate the ultimate and it's just going to suck it into the net actually, so a little bit unfortunate there as Miyoshi's taking a lot of damage. Flip has to come out from Malriknos, but will hold on to it. Miyoshi uses the flip here as well, barely not taking a barrier there, as the big finish actually will be the reason that it doesn't go down, and Suplex, clean setup for V to just use the Giga Blast there and get this goal. 2-1 now in favor of the Vegals.
Yeah, it feels like the Vegals know what they want to do here at this point. Even like Zelos has a flip, and so that'll help with an offensive push or two. And we have seen them; they're able to get these barriers. That's not the problem. It's being able to kind of like survive this onslaught that happens once Vegals do get kind of like their offensive turn, so to speak. So it's something that they're going to have to kind of like keep in mind and try to make the best of. Meanwhile, that was kind of like, that was a clean shot, clean feed up there. They do manage to tie it up, so Big Ed Boy's not out of this yet, but they're going to have to find a lot more finishes like that.
Yeah, they seem to just be struggling dealing with the Atlas pick from Big Smoke, making it so difficult to get past that final barrier usually. So they do need to maybe get a sustained kind of pressure going, which Atlas doesn't do well, or look for something like this where you can potentially just get a 2-for-1 deal on the barriers, as Zelos is getting rather low. V has a flip, and that's gonna be your number one priority to avoid, because the Sky will flip in front of that, that's gonna put it in. Suplex has a flip as well now. We'll use it for a KO. Power play in favor of the Vegals now.
Yeah, kind of a brutal situation. They probably thought the same thing, like, okay, we got somebody else with a goal. Oh, gee. Then the power play continues. Suplex just like, oh, what you doing in the back of the net there, my girl? You chillin'? Cool. Let me help you with that. But they do manage to survive it. They do manage to survive that power play. But it's still kind of a very scary situation, because at this point, Vegals know how to kind of like get past and play this game, this anti kind of like Finny operation.
Yeah, they're just positioning so well to make passing almost impossible for the side of the Baguette boys. A crucial hook there will actually get the barrier for the side of the Baguette boys here, and a flip will come out from Yoshi. Very good use of that invisibility on the Drakkar as well to position himself in such a way where he can secure that, and that'll even it out in terms of sets. Zelos gonna be the first pick here, potentially happy if he can pick up some size, but not a single bit of size in this draft.
Well, there is recovery drone if they really want to go for that. But aside from that, not much else in the way of size. So yeah, they're like size at all costs. Let me just get that recovery drone and let's just go.
Yeah, I did not see that recovery drone, my bad. But we do have a spark on Suplex, gonna get that stacking going. Missile propulsion, again, another deny pick off the Finny. Finny very happy to pick up a twin drive drone. Primetime also gonna be a great help for the Drakkar here as the glass cannon finds its way onto Atlas. I do want to point out though, these Giga Blasts are gonna hurt a lot now. Deadeye and missile propulsion. The only thing you're missing at this point is a specialized training before you're just basically sending out nukes.
Yeah, I was gonna call it like that is an absolute comet shot coming out of there, like asteroid from the heavens. You know what I mean? So yeah, be very careful if that Kai is staring you down. But meanwhile, yeah, it does seem like Baguette Boys do have something in the tank for themselves, especially like you said with that prime time, that twin drive, both of those being taken up. Those are going to allow for a bit more of sustained offense and hopefully for a bit more in the way of consistent pushes, but still Asher is still Asher, you know? That's kind of my concern there.
Yeah, I mean, Suplex will just find these forces and will just find those barriers if he is able to set himself up in such a way. But the saving grace is that with more abilities, you have more intercepts, you have more ways to disallow Suplex to get into those positions. And you can see it as well, Malrachnos playing with these momentum boots, I believe, will be able to walk up much more consistently, and even at times walks ahead of Suplex just to make sure this core does not run even close to this Asher pick.
Yeah, and that's kind of like how you gotta play it, really, because otherwise bad things happen. And when you don't let it get there, good things happen like that. Molten Bolt to the core, and it goes in. They take an early 1-0 lead for this set.
And more importantly, they're holding on to the flip on Miyoshi, and Zelos is going to have one soon as well. So high-value flips potentially here being coming out as a barrier drops on one end, second one likely going to be dropping off the side of the Veagles here though, as the big finish cannot confirm it actually. One flip coming out from Miyoshi, answered by the Atlas expands. Flip coming out from Zelos will get the second barrier here, and now the Baguette Boys getting into a groove, almost about to KO. Suplex as well, as he's getting put down to stagger. Zealous trying to hunt this KO, but not finding it just yet. But we'll find just the cleanest strikes of them all. Big Smoke not in position for it. And the goal will go in favor of the Baguette Boys.
Yeah, Atlas is, even with Strike Shot, Atlas is always going to have the problem of he walks, he doesn't run. So, like, that was just a beautifully clean, that was an ABC shot right there.
Yeah, felt like the Atlas was just preparing to kind of help the survivability factor of his team and just wasn't aware of the fact that, hey, this Kazan can just take it away from me here at the point, flat out, so. We'll see how it's gonna pan out. V does have a flip now, will have to use it here, and Suplex with a clean strike where Win will take this barrier off of Malrachnos' hands. But again, the attack is in the hands of the Baguette Boys as they're getting themselves much more collected. You can just see that value that all of these cooldowns are bringing, because the core is now almost never finding its way into the half of the Baguette Boys, because all of these triple takes, all of these shotguns coming out from the side of the Baguette Boys are just keeping the core and enemy half so consistently.
Yeah, it's just very good. Like right there, they were able to triple take to keep it from front half field, and yeah, they are fighting tooth and nail to not let Suplex even touch this core, like we said earlier, and they do manage to keep it away from him after a little bit of a struggle, but that made me cringe a little bit. That clinched, and that was bad.
Yeah, very, very, like, unfortunate bounce into fortunate bounce, because they were ready to grab it again, right? So it works for them. You do find a goal here, which is great, but again, I highlight it often, flips are important. And Miyoshi is about one strike away, Zelos only a few interactions away as well from having that on the offense, and Big Smoke Manager is going to have to make sure that his abilities are going to be highly valued here. You don't want to be wasting anything. A huge KO, though, gets found now for the side of the Veagles, and that's going to flip the situation on its head completely, as now they're not playing to get a barrier anymore. Now they're trying to stay alive while their goalie isn't here.
Yeah, they do manage to come back, but that goal is open, so they have to try and find a way to, like, shake that back real quick, or else just let it go in. Nope. Stagger, and that is the name of the game for that goal as they tie it up. Path Splitter comes out as well, just letting the core waltz in.
Another .5 Miyoshi on no evades. It's very much possible to get taken out here, but Big Smoke Manager's gonna hold on to this one barrier. It will drop eventually. Miyoshi getting the second one, the clean strike where wins. Core staying up front, the triple takes keeping it up as well. The hook coming out from Zelos, and Miyoshi in a beautiful position. The strike shot misses the core there, and now 2-1 set lead for the Baguette Boys, and it's looking good for them, but again, we've been in set leads for the Baguette Boys before twice in this series, and both times the Eagles are able to take home the game. So you want to be looking for Awakenings here that can undoubtedly get this game in your hands.
Yeah, I'm seeing like a bunch of good stuff. Yeah, that prize fighter, not a bad call. Heavy impact, cast to last, and we've got some size here too, which is also going to be taken. All of those honestly looking very good. I feel like everybody here is going to get something that they want. So things are about to ramp up very quickly here. There's a lot of hope would be pain coming out on the side of Baguette Boys I'm looking at.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage coming out from the Baguette Boys. There is also a decent bit of sustainability with that. HB has a nice clear from Valorant will just completely save that situation. But yeah, I wonder if the Castellass on Atlas is going to be an issue though, because Big Smoke Manager has been getting value out of his awakenings, or his abilities rather, and when that secondary is going to be there even just a little bit longer, it can completely shut down an extra 1 or 2 attacks, and usually the Baguette Boys did not get a sustained attack that would last through the Castellass pickup here. So we'll see how it's going to pay out as one barrier down on each side here.
Yeah, no. The longer these points go, I feel, yeah, Baguette Boys have a bit of an issue, just because, like you said, they don't get these sustained offenses. They usually, they've been getting their points off of like burst offense, which, you know, that's fine. That's all well and good, but you have to make sure that you can keep getting that burst offense, which is kind of ironic to say that, but that's kind of what it is. And at this point, you see like Zelos is already looking down. Suplex is looking down too. But the problem with that is that Suplex is Asher, and Asher does not care unless she is dead.
Asher does also not care for the fact that she is about to have a flip, and so is V. And Big Smoke has one already, so even though you would think, okay, cool, the goal advantage is on the side on the Vehicle, surely you're going to be on an energy disadvantage, it's actually entirely the opposite. A flip does come out there from Big Smoke, goes a little bit south with it, but, ooh, never mind. Talking about flip economy, it don't matter anymore if Asher's taken off the map. Great KO there.
Yeah, that was critical. And there's that extra, like, time on those creation of those awakenings, like you said. They do manage to keep it in front for now, though, and Zelos does have a flip, so that's going to be a scary situation. One-on-one flip goes out. Nope, stuffed by V.
Oh, really clean setup there. That open umbrella will just take out Big Smoke Manager. Miyoshi waiting it out there to get that situation going for Zelos, as a power play will now be in the hands of the Baguette Boys, and clean strikes, clean passing play. Suplex not able to get there in time to interrupt that pass. And Zelos will find the first goal of the set now. Baguette Boys just need to find 2 more to take their first game of the series.
Yeah, they've been playing very, again, it's that consistency, and they've actually been able to make something happen off those burst plays, but that is probably going to shake things up a little bit as a certain someone with a gun goes down. Miyoshi on the bench for a little bit, and they have to try and make sure that they don't lose anything, and they don't. They hold, and commentators curse them. So honestly, with how this is going, like, Baguette Boys have all the possibility, all the tools in the world. They just kind of need to, again, like, hold on.
Yeah, they need to find a way to not lose these barriers to this Asher pick, right? The Asher will just continue to be an ever-present pressure on your barrier. But as it stands right now with all this damage, yeah, you can look to take out the Asher. The Atlas ultimate there with the great timing will be able to hold Suplex onto this game for now. As the second barrier does drop with a few unfortunate strikes. Miyoshi now trying to play together with Zealous. Flip coming out. Malricos is going to be able to answer it. Suplex has a flip of their own though, but a red core almost sets it in. Never mind, the invisibility on Miyoshi will be enough. Big Smoke not able to read that movement. The Miyoshi putting the Baguette Boys one goal away from taking their first game win against the Eagles today.
Gotta admit, even I didn't see. I lost track of Miyoshi. Dino went into stealth and I was like, where'd he go? And clearly Big Smoke was thinking the same thing. Didn't realize he was up there, just like, nope. Counter cleared and quick goal and quick barriers being taken on both sides. Like, yeah, this is the moment for Baguette Boys, but Vigel's not willing to like go out quite like that.
Yeah, flip being used by Zealous there, we'll see if it's gonna be worth it, right? Because you do manage to get that situation under control. Never mind, I completely agree with it, because they find a barrier, they find a big finish, but they don't find the goal yet. Malricos has a flip again, but the offense is very present still for the side of the Baguette Boys. They do need to find this KO. No! Suplex will find the KO there. Great momentum now in favor of the side of the Eagles as they want to set themselves up. Asher close range, but crucial slows from Zealous there will actually slow that Asher enough, but no, the course sneaks its way past. Malricos not able to get there in time, and we're again at a 0.5.
Like, the core just got flicked, and that was it. They had to like just watch it walk in. No cooldowns, no nothing left. They spent everything. So yeah, 0.5. And Baguette Boys really want this over with. They're trying, like, they are already like trying to like push very hard. Even as like the rest goes out, you can see that Vegals do not want any of their people to fall at this critical juncture. But goes open, trying to avoid that 1v1 situation against Kazan. Like, that's always a horror story. But this is like that big push.
Yeah, that flip was very needed there as well, and immediately sets an attack again for V and Suplex as they're trying to get themselves to take the second barrier. Malricos has a flip soon, a Sad Boys angle at the worst time possible for the Eagles. Malricos has a flip here, it's probably going to end up using it as well if it gets too tight there. But the attack first needs to be played up from the Baguette Boys. Miyoshi again up front here with the Molten Bolt will not find the goal yet. Big Smoke managed to still position properly, but a huge card from Malricos will actually find the KO there. Big Smoke manager, not anything he can do about that. And the Baguette Boys will find their first game win against the Eagles today and will potentially set themselves up for a Grand Finals reset.
That was the most critical card at the most critical time. Because, yeah, that card was going to be saved, felt like. And then suddenly, piece of cardboard flies in and obliterates the defender. And suddenly they get, like you said, like their first win. So we need to see if they can keep this up or if Vigos can shake this and be like, no, we are going to take this home. And we just need to reset, figure out what we did wrong, and just lock in.
Yeah, we'll have to see. They do have to lock in. They do have the liberty, right? The Eagles do have the liberty. If they end up losing this next game as well, they lose the first series, yes, but there's going to be a grand final reset. So they have the safety cap of even if you lose one series here, you have another one left to try to contest for the winner of it all. But again, it's one game now. It's great for Baguette Boys. It's going to be good momentum for them, but it's not over yet. And the next map that we're going to be playing on is going to be Taiko Temple. I know, shock, we haven't seen that one today. So we'll see where the priorities are going to be there. If there's maybe going to be a different drafting priority. Because we've seen, for example, Big Smoke Manager on Atlas often already. We've seen V on Kai and Estelle before. Maybe they're going to try to opt out into a different pick there. Suplex has played the X as well today already, which is going to be a great pickup for the Taiko Temple as well. We'll see if maybe the Eagles will have a different priority. And again, maybe the Eagles also are feeling a bit bold. Maybe they're going to leave the rune open this time around to not have to deal with the direct car. Miyoshi's rune still is very good, but Malricos' Finny was very much difficult to deal with as well for them this time around.
Yeah, and they're going to have to definitely keep that in mind. They're going to have to... now that they've actually got like a point on the board, Eagles are definitely going to have to worry about what the big boys can bring to the table, especially again like on that Finny, because that Finny was actually doing like a lot of good defense. Though they had their moments of like concern, I would definitely say it was proven effective in that match. So something that they're going to have to look for and something to try and like maybe play around or play through if they're feeling so inclined.
Yeah, most definitely. But we will have to see. We'll have to see where the plans are going to be, as we do have a small little player break. Obviously, all of them have been playing for, well, at this point, close to how many hours? Like close to 4 hours, right? So small little bathroom break as they're getting everything ready. So my question to you, Peefler, we're going into Taiko Temple. The side of the Baguette Boys will have a side priority here. Where do you think they're gonna be going? Do you think they're gonna be going for a first pick? Do you think they'll opt for a second pick? Do you think there's gonna be preferences there?
For Taiko Temple, if it were anywhere else, I would say they would go first pick. But for Taiko Temple, I feel like, and how they've been playing with kind of aiming more towards consistency, they're going to want to just kind of know what they're going to be able to at the very least have their core, their shell around. Who's going to be like the two that our game plan is going to focus around, and I feel like they're going to want, I believe, like second, third pick for that, just to make sure that at the very least they have that shell.
Yeah, I mean, with the second, third pick, right, you have a lot of options to be working with, because sure, you don't get the number 1 power pick, but you can get your core offense going almost immediately. You can make sure that your forward and midfield have great synergy, or that your midfield and goalie have good synergy. So it is definitely an approach that can be made. It doesn't look like it, though. They're just going to play it safe for themselves. They'll just go for a first pick. The Awakenings that we're going to be playing with are going to be Castellast and Spark of Agility. So movement speed heavy. Again, Kai, another pick that I'd like to highlight here, because Castellast Kai is going to keep that speed for quite a long time, as the Baguette Boys will also opt to ban out the Mako again. So very much respecting this Mako from the Big Smoke manager there, not wanting it to surface again, as the Veagles will change their ban. They're letting the rune go through potentially, because they're going to opt to ban out the Finny from Malriknos, realize that Malriknos' Finny performance was just too good that game, and do not want to be dealing with it again on this Taiko Temple game.
Yeah, I can completely understand that. Just honestly, also the other thing is that with the position of the goal of like the barriers for Taiko Temple, yeah, that's just a bit too much coverage, especially because again they have that Castellast. So yeah, I can definitely see why they would want to like ban out that Finny for it. Although, frankly, letting Rune rock, I mean, feels kind of 6 of one, half dozen of the other to me.
Yeah, and the difficulty as well is, right, you're letting the Rune run now. You have a Castellast start. Yeah. So if you're not maybe like planning on taking away the rune pick in your 2-3, potentially, it's a possibility, right? I don't know, maybe V has a rune in their locker, but if that rune does go through on a Castellast start, on a map like Taiko, where it's so easy to keep the core up front and just force it in there with the pillars, it's gonna be potentially pretty difficult to deal with. Also the banish, right? It's gonna take you out for seemingly 5 minutes of the game at a time. So we'll see where the priorities are going to lie here, as the Atlas is going to be an insta-lock for Malriknos, and the Veagles had one insta-lock as well. The other one they're pondering on a bit. Let's see what it's going to be.
Yep. Dubu. Yeah, that makes sense, honestly, on Taiko Temple. Dubu, very good at kind of like locking down a lane and causing a whole bunch of chaos in the corner. Like, just dropped tofu for everyone, and horror stories tend to inbound. And honestly, back with that Kai backing as well, like say locking in the core with a corner, causing a bit of a mosh pit, and then Kai rocks up with either like a barrage or a Giga Blast. That could be like a quick KO, or they could just let X do all the work, because X is X, and X does not care who he's going against. Everybody can catch these hands. Excuse me.
Yeah, so Suplex gonna go back onto this X pick that we've seen him on before already. V gonna get that Kai as well, where they've been playing so well on before. We see the Spark of Agility on Zealous, Malriknos, and Suplex, whereas the Castellast is on Miyoshi, Big Smoke Manager, and V. Also, for people that aren't aware and are wondering, why would Dubu go for the Castellax pickup here? I'm pretty certain that Castellax Dubu makes Somersault into Tofu Fortress a true combo that you cannot avoid anymore, so there's kill potential there. Talking about kill potential, Suplex starting us off with a bang, getting a goal in already.
Yep, literally just punch the heck out of them and just like quick goal. So yeah, they are kind of like fighting for it in this one. They do not want this to obviously go to any more like sets. They want to they want to get this done with. So I'm not surprised that they're going for a very like aggressive playstyle. Again, especially in Taiko Temple where chaos is the order of the day. So they are absolutely trying to take advantage of the chaos. Suplex again just punches the lights out of the goalie and just sets it in again. So yeah, we can see what their game plan is already for like easy from word rip.
Yeah, I mean, we now see why this is the Eagles map pick, right? They get the value out of it. Suplex seems in its element completely here with his X. Finding a KO and scored twice already now. The Dubu Fortress coming out, the Banish coming out in turn for it as well. Suplex getting rather low, but if in terms of like KO ability, you don't really have a lot for the side of the Baguette boys. You have an Asher that can find an edge KO and maybe a rune that can banish into a combo here, but the HP department and the damage department, you're not really worried about that much if you are the side of the Veagles. So you have a little bit of liberty to be working with there as well.
Yeah, and what's really concerning for me, like you can see Big Smoke kind of walking up at times to try and help provide with that, like with those logs and with that Tofu Fortress. So that's very scary. Like offensive Dubu, midfielder Dubu can be absolutely horrifying, and backed with like that X, yeah, absolutely, just like very, very frightening scenarios. One goal goes down, two goes down. Everybody kind of like everybody kind of like paused to watch that one for a little bit because there was nothing they could do there. But with the way that this has been going, this can get out of hand very quickly for Baguette boys, especially if the draft goes just so wrong.
Yeah, most definitely. And so far, the game very much feels like the same that we've seen on Atlas, where it was a case of you want to deny the core getting to Suplex as much as possible, because once it is with Suplex, he's going to have all the tools in the world to just get that core in. And here in the end, the goal ended up being found off with a nice drum there. But it is something you need to keep in mind as we're going to this first draft, and the Kai gonna get the first pick. Could opt for a specialized here if you want to go for damage, but potentially want to keep that up for X as well, because he's been finding so much value out of this ultimate.
Yeah, honestly, they can pick just about anything they want, and yeah, just goes for like the big fish, like nothing fancy, but something very good. Interestingly, to me, Kai picks up the spark of leadership off of a jump, which is something considering they didn't even take a spark of agility. So maybe they're just trying to deny it, and who knows, maybe start like a pseudo spark build of their own coming up. That's as far as I can guess. Meanwhile, X is still doing X things, so that's something to worry about.
Yeah, I failed to consider the fact that we have a Spark of Agility start, so yeah, very much this leadership pickup is gonna be a deny, because if Malriknos gets that, his entire team gets more speed, and also it's gonna scale even more if he does find more Sparks further down the line, so it makes sense that Kai's gonna be going for that one. Team player also gonna be a great pickup for Big Smoke Manager there, as that's going to help with getting the core over to the other side as fast as possible, as Zealous fails to find that kill secure onto V there. V still on the map. Malriknos needs to be careful not to get taken off by the X, but is going to stay safe for now.
Yeah, very careful situation, very close situation. But right now, Suplex and V both kind of having to play a little bit more cautiously than they have been earlier. Just the damage kind of like coming out from Malriknos and honestly everybody else, to be fair about it. They've been trying to like bully these folks in, but nice banish, nice recovery, and nice shot on goal from Miyoshi. They take first goal for this one.
Yeah, a fortunate bounce from Malriknos' defense there will set up Yoshi for a nice banish, realizing that situation perfectly and takes advantage of it, as the Tofu Fortress will actually lock the core in their own half there, not what you like to see if you're on that Dubu, but they do get it out with without losing the second barrier. And even though, again, it doesn't feel like there should be a lot of KO presence coming out from the Rune and the Asher here, they're kind of making it work by just using abilities on core and enemy at the same time. So V and Suplex do need to continuously be a bit careful of that as well when they're trying to get their attack going, not to be taken out completely. Also, Castellas specialized training on Miyoshi, that is a very hurtful combo, because Castellas makes his ultimate do a lot more damage already by just extending the timer of it, and now with the specialized training as well, it just does as a baseline will do a lot of damage. If you're caught in that banish, you can lose up to half, if not more, of your HP almost immediately there.
Yeah, and already, like, you can see the offensive attempts coming out of Baguette Boys, and honestly, doing a solid job of it, forcing V to have to kind of like dodge and to try and keep their life already like low on health. Meanwhile, Suplex making sure that somebody got no health at all, with with Miyoshi just being absolutely flattened against the side of the wall. So it's their opportunity to kind of make a goal happen for a bit. They do get the barriers open, just no goal in there. So yeah, again, that X is just very, very frightening, especially in the one-on-ones. There's not just a whole lot you can do about it. He's just so imposing.
Yeah, unfortunate ability usage there. Ended up not hitting the core the way that Malricness would have liked it to. But again, you're up 2-1 in the current set, and I mean, look, look at the banish for now. It takes, together with the pillar combo, Suplex is down to half HP, and keep in mind, Suplex has a big fish here. Suplex is not squishy in any way, shape, or form on this X-Pick, so the damage will continue to scale here, but the nice setup from me and the barrage will catch the core there almost immediately. Suplex is going to be set up there, and we're back to another 0.5. We've seen so many of these this game already, and they've gone either way. We'll see who's going to be taking this one home.
Yeah, like that. Both teams have been making like very good use of the center, I feel, and just being able to like use those bounces to their advantage and set things up in that. They're very dangerous corners, though. I do feel like Vigils have the better like conversion attempts from those corner points than anyone, and that's just because Suplex is just so absolutely threatening in that position.
Yeah, and most definitely, talking about threatening, Suplex will have a flip here, is in front of the net, doesn't opt to not use it as of right now, still has another opportunity, still does not use it as it gets increasingly more dangerous, does go out now for the KO. That's the most X kind of gameplay I've seen in a while. Who cares about the core? I can take a kill here.
Yeah, I actually don't know if I would agree with that. I feel like there was at least like one or two spots where that flip could have almost absolutely guaranteed a kill. But yeah, it was just decided to go for like, I'm an X. I'm going to do X things, and that means I'm going to just slaughter you. So we need to see if that ends up like kind of like working out for him. But right now, the Baguette Boys are holding.
They are holding, and Miyoshi has a flip of their own here, as the log will have to come out to save the barrier. Will still lose the barrier, though. Miyoshi, again, immediately back on the attack down here. Zealous will catch the core, sends it up. Big Smoke manager with the flip, but gets interrupted by Miyoshi, and a great primary from Zealous will secure the set now in the favor of the Get Boys. 1-1, we're equal on sets.
Yeah, just very nice persistency on Baguette Boys' part, which has been their stock and trade for pretty much this whole series, pretty much all of their games, and it does tend to reward them more often than not, and they do get one with this Monumentalist, Timeless Creator, if they really want to. There's just a lot of size and a lot of like ability to like keep themselves up and allow them a lot more support.
Yeah, the glass cannon gonna be great for Malricnos here as well, as he already has momentum boots, so that's just gonna stack onto what you're already doing anyways, giving that extra movement speed to be working with. As the Reptile Remedy finds its way onto Suplex, not to be underestimated, that's gonna help you a lot with survivability. It's gonna get you so much HP back when you do get strikes on the core there, so great pickup for you. And then last but not least, Monumentalist on Dubu, just gonna make the wall a bit more difficult to deal with, so we'll see how well that's going to pan out, as V, down to basically 1 HP, down to Stagger now as well, is going to have to fight for his life now.
Yeah, very scary at the situation. Meanwhile, Suplex, gigantic, and making it happen in the front of the field. Both teams down 2-1 barrier, and at this point, it's becoming a bit of a slugfest. Just a lot of just size in one way, shape, or form coming out of the Veagles. But they have been holding, again, Baguette Boys not willing to go quietly into that good night. They are all tied up here, and they're trying to say, like, no, that last game was not a fluke.
Yeah, they are trying to show that for sure. As you can see as well, Malriknos, again, confidently walking up, making use of that mobility that he does have to just interrupt the core before it gets a suplex. The suplex has a flip to his name now, will not use it yet. The flip comes out from him. Malriknos, though, attack now again. Flip goes south there, as the attack will still be persistent on the side of the Veagles, but again, they can't get it into any good position here. As Zelos now tries to make use of his own flip, but a fortunate bounce will send it past Malriknos, not ready to react to that in time, and the first goal of the set will find its way into the hands of the Veagles.
Yeah, that was just overtime speed causing issues with being able to like react in time, like you said. Meanwhile, Wild Bounce takes away that first barrier on the side of the Veagles for much the same reason. And yeah, you can kind of see that Baguette Boys are understanding the Veagles game plans a lot more and are kind of ready to play around it. Nearly catches the core with that dash in from Zelos. So yeah, exactly what I'm talking about. They kind of know what they're doing. It's just being able to execute against Veagles' competency.
Yeah, and I mean, it's so important as well because, again, this is another point that just kind of was given into the hands of the Baguette Boys because Malriknos walked up, had that comfortability getting away from those barriers and interrupts the core to get the attack going as fast as possible again. And you do wonder how are you going to be playing differently into that if you are the Veagles, as an unfortunate bounce takes one barrier. Better than two, though, as, again, the attack will be persistent. Zealous close up, the banish comes out, and V very close to dead here, if not basically about to be taken out by Zealous.
Yep, second barrier goes out, and so does V, as Zelos just punches it in.
To find the angle, and one goal away now from taking a set lead again. Baguette Boys looking in prime condition to win this game and force a grand final reset potentially here. But the Veagles definitely have something to say about it. Take one barrier, but a quick answer back from the side of the Baguette Boys to try to get this barrier down as fast as possible. And again, Malriknos interrupting the course so early, making it so difficult for Suplex to really get any value out of this X-Pick.
Yeah, although they are absolutely trying, and Suplex trying to like just beat down on Miyoshi a little bit before they go try and reinforce, take the core back. Banish comes out, Pillar comes out. That's a lot of health gone.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to deal with that. The cast the last spec training rune will do that to you, as the Asher will do what Asher does best, force it through you, doesn't care about the defense. Has a flip as well, but it does go south, but the attack still persists.
Yes, very good consistency on their parts. I'm talking about like the Veagles being able to kind of like fight this back. That Tofu is just doing a lot of good work there. But Baguette Boys kind of like we said earlier, Baguette Boys is kind of on one with their passing game and being able to kind of like find these intercepts and transition to like an offense much like that. Like beautiful feed from Zelos to Miyoshi. Miyoshi slots it up in the upper corner. Neither person can get to it, and they take the set. Asher with the MVP.
They take the set, and we'll see what they're gonna be rewarded with. As a spark of focus is here, you do have fight or flight and build different. Also great awakenings for Asher to help with either the size or the mobility part of it. Stacks and stacks further down the line can also be quite a difficulty to be dealing with as well, as the build different finds its way onto the Asher. Obviously, the extra special on Rune will be absolutely brutal though, because that banish has been doing so much damage, and now it's gonna come out every start of the set.
And I'll have to admit, I'm kind of surprised. I'm a little bit surprised that the guy went for the Deadeye, because like they have Spark of Leadership, and a Spark of Focus was on the table. I mean, yeah, sure, Spark of Focus, but that's still cooldown for everybody. So, kind of surprised me a little bit, but on the whole, everybody essentially got what they wanted. So I'm curious to see if Baguette Boys can parlay this into like more winning ways.
Yeah, We'll have to see how it's gonna pan out. I feel like the Deadeye might have just been a thing of, I don't want this Rune Banish to do even more damage than it already is, but the extra special is gonna be more effective damage because it's gonna be up more. The Eagles will find their goal here, but I feel like in the grand scheme of things, what we're gonna see this set should be roughly similar to what we've seen in the last set. And the Baguette boys, especially with more size on the Asher, are gonna have an even easier time trying to get it past his Rune now, so we'll see if it's gonna hold that value or not.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think this is going to be kind of like second verse, same as the first. Although, you know, I've been wrong many times before, so we're definitely going to have to see. But Zelos has been proving such a scary situation. Basically, they're almost their version of Suplex, if slightly lesser. Because Suplex is just an absolute horror, especially if they get like one-on-one time.
Yeah, but talking about one-on-one time, both V and Big Smoke had a one-on-one with the other world there for a second as they were completely taken out, banished. I guess the barrier will drop suplex on front of the net with a flip, will try to get it through, but no, fakes it out successfully. Malriknos answering with a flip of their own there. That does go wide as the attack will continue to be built, but the defense will hold on. Miyoshi getting a bit low, gets the orb, and almost has a flip available as well now. Also something I want to point out that you can see a little bit different from the side of the Baguette boys and the Veagles, the Baguette boys, quite often as well, even though there's so much pressure on this Asher pick, if she's in front of the net, quite often, the goal also gets found by Miyoshi by just positioning smartly and getting a pass from Zelos and then just can snipe it right through. Really great positioning here in Suplex, by the way, on top of the Atlas directly to make sure that that expanse isn't going to be big enough to actually catch that core anymore. 2-0 point lead now for the side of the Veagles. They need one more to force us into a set 5 here.
Yeah, just like very good on the whole. And also, look at that setup. Beautiful Banish drops both pillars, trying to kill like both of these members of Veagles, but doesn't quite get it. But they do get Suplex very low. Suplex pretty much on stagger. Had to try and like flip, try and save their life. But they do get both barriers aside, and this could be what I was about to say this could be what the Eagles need, but what they don't need is that kind of like power play happening against them.
Yeah,
They do
but
get the score though.
yeah, a fortunate play there for the side of Eagles as Suplex is going to be in the right position, gets the strike, and the side of the Baguette boys are not able to answer it anymore as we're going into this last draft now. We have Hotshot here, we have Twin Drive here, we have Primetime here. Cooldowns have been the name of the game this far already, so I would be very surprised if Primetime and Twin Drive, both of these Awakenings, if either of them were still up after the Kai pick.
Yeah, Spark of Strength getting taken by the Asher, which, you know, that is something. That is a second spark for them. Aerial's getting taken, though, by the Kai. That's what I was looking at, because that Kai is going to be booking it.
A lot of speed to be working with now together. There's also the Spark of Strength finding its way into Zealous, which is going to give him more mobility. Keep in mind, he does have that Spark of Agility already. Bulk Up being a solid pickup, probably deny pick off of Suplex to make sure he doesn't get the stagger Exodia there. But so far, nothing happened at this point, but a lot of setup, and I don't know, I'm just looking at Zealous already. I'm already seeing the movement speed difference so much, actually.
Yeah, it's proving a bit like being able to like get around and kind of like position themselves a lot faster is incredible for a character like Asher that can cause all these kind of like bullying moments, and if it also like getting around like this scary offense from Suplex, from V. It's kind of like what they needed, if not entirely, just because I feel like the Veagles got a little bit more out of the draft, but that's not to say the Baguette boys have been lacking by any means. Case in point.
Yeah, they got a little bit more, so I feel like as it stands right now, the Baguette boys have every right to take this game home right here. But I'm starting to see maybe a little bit of shakiness from them, because there's quite a few Strike War, just straight up Strike War losses that didn't happen beforehand, which you do need to watch out for. That you don't get caught in the moment, and that you're not starting to lose interactions and terrible timings. You got fortunate now with the primaries of Malriknos, signs it past Big Smoke, not ready to get it, and you have an energy advantage as well. So the Baguette Boys have every right in the world to be taking home this next point here as well. So we'll see if they're going to be able to pull through on it, or if the nerfs are going to be a bit too much because they lose both barriers here. Has to flip defensively as well. They're back on offense. The point's not over yet.
Yeah, not what they were hoping for as a start, but they do get the barriers of their own, and they are in an offensive position. So something to keep in mind. I say that as they end up having to transition to defense, nearly get taken off the board. So yeah, this has been kind of like a back and forth match this whole time, and it shows no signs of stopping.
Ooh, and those are like the interactions you really hate to lose, right? That would have been a really nice setup there to get a 2v1 against Big Smoke, but the passing accuracy was just ever so slightly off, which allowed V to go back and interrupt it and completely kill that attack. Zealous now with the Asher trying to set himself up, being a bit far back, uses the flip, tries to get the angle, but doesn't. As the Dubu will hold on to it, the Asher will try to force it, but no cooldowns left anymore. Suplex gonna be fast enough to hit it with a bell ringer, evening it out. We're down to a 3-goal game.
That was amazing timing and positioning by Suplex. And that's one of the parts of this game that can prove deceptively simple to kind of like comprehend, but deceptively hard to master. And that's knowing clear angles and being able to position yourself in such a way that any clear angle that your opponent gives is still good for you. Like, that's harder than it may seem, but it is something critical in being able to sustain like offense.
Yeah, and they had a power play going, but again, they can't get the barrier anymore. It's just starting to feel a little bit more sloppy on their side, as they can't find the strikes and the ability usage that they need. They need to quite literally just lock in. They need to get their strikes in, get their attack patterns going, because the side of the Vegals are playing more consistent than them right now. And that's what's going to win you the game at this point. It's the consistent value as the flip comes out from Yoshi. And the fortunate Tofu Fortress for the side of the Baguette Boys will secure the goal there. They're 1 goal away from taking the series and forcing a grand finals reset.
And so don't get nervous now. Don't get freaked out now. This is your time. Just keep as you were. Like, the banish comes out, the portals come out, like the pillars come out, and they just need to keep moving. They do not need to they can't let nerves get to them now. This is still only step 1.
Huge value on that Asher ultimate there. The core does bounce around the defensive Malric and Suplex. Again, they can't get the core around them. The attack will go through now, but again, not a single barrier found in the power play. And Suplex with the bell ringer will secure the goal. There's a flip on Zealous. Nothing else much though. Big Smoke Manager has a flip soon as well. And we're in a 0.5 set 5. If Baguette Boys win, they force a grand finals reset. If Vegals win, we're going to a game 3.
And this is crunch time for Vegals. We know, like, nobody in winner's bracket ever wants like a grand finals reset that can do horrors on your mental, and in general, like, that's just more games you got to play. Like, you tired, you are exhausted, you are feeling like the stress and the effects. So of course they're going to try and finish this off right now, and well, that's
The
their
Eagles
opportunity.
were able to find this last goal, and we're going to go into a game 3 situation here. The Baguette Boys unfortunately not being able to get the last goal in at the end there. So we will see, I believe for the first time today, a night market game. Maybe we've had a night market game before, but yeah, we will have this game 3 come in, and it's got to sting a little bit for the Baguette Boys. They had every right in the world to take that game home there, but they just couldn't find the strike wars in the end anymore. They couldn't use the abilities in the end anymore, the way that they really wanted to. And now they're going to be facing up against the Vegals in a game 3 here. And even if you win it, right, you do have another grand final. You're just getting the grand finals reset at this point. So Baguette Boys setting themselves up for a few more games today if they find this next victory. But we'll see. I think this game, though, V just was a bit too much for them to deal with, because if you're looking at the redirects, 262 on the sky, nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, just very, very impressive on the whole. I mean, Suplex with like 7 KOs, many of them critical for the points that they got. So by all means, it's going to be a situation where Vegals are going to want to close this out in strong fashion.
Yeah, and we'll see where the character priorities are going to be again for the night market game, because again, it can be quite similar to what we've seen already, but it doesn't have to be quite similar. So we'll see where the Veagles will go with their side, as they're going to get the side selection for this one, and they're going to go to blue side again. So last time they were on blue side, they ended up losing the game. So maybe that's a good sign for the Baguette boys, maybe it's a bad sign. It's, again, gonna kind of come down to where the character pick priorities are, what you're gonna be taking out, what you're gonna be playing for, as the Awakenings have now been generated as well, and the Awakenings that we're gonna be playing on are Among Titans Recovery Drone. We're looking at speed.
Yeah, we are looking at speed and in some respects actual size as well. I would not be surprised to see that recovery drone be taken for a number of people, especially like if that X pops back up. Because we're going on night market, so a lot of what tends to happen on night market is lane shutdown. So that's, you know, big projectiles, big creations, big bodies.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm gonna be curious as well if there's gonna maybe be a draft switch up, right? Because every single game so far, the Baguette Boys opted to go for the Mako ban. The Veagles opted to take out the Rune Game 1, the Finny Game 2. And they liked how Game 2 worked. They're gonna ban out the Finny again. They do not want Malriknos on that pick. They do not want that versatility from it, especially now because they have the first pick. Again, Atlas priority has been pretty high. Because Veagles will have that first pick, they can opt to maybe secure themselves an Atlas pick here and just play into it and force Malriknos on maybe a pick that he's not so comfortable on. So we'll have to see what the Baguette Boys are going to be answering for with their own ban here.
Yeah, and depending on what it is, that could spell like a very, very different game plan. So it really is just a matter of waiting and seeing.
Yeah, and I mean, they do gotta make sure that they're gonna be happy with their ban choice here, right? Because it's a do or die game for you. If you lose this game, you're out. You lose the season. The Veagles will take the victory. They're gonna be the first team to graduate the Clarion Corp trials. So if you, the Baguette Boys, want to be that team, you need to win this game now. And you need to have a proper strategy going into this, as their ban is going to be X. So they're opting away from the Mako ban. They're saying, Big Smoke Manager, you know, you did a good job. We're letting you have the Mako because we do not want this X pick on Suplex. So that opens up a few drafting opportunities here as well, right? Because yes, you're giving first pick now to the side of, or not giving, but the Veagles chose to go for a first pick angle here. So now they're gonna make a decision. Are we gonna first pick the Asher and have Suplex on one of these two characters that he's been finding so much success on already? Or are we taking the Atlas and making sure that Malriknos doesn't have as many characters to be working with as he would like? Because again, Vinny is banned. That seems to be his fallback so far. So very curious to see where the ban strategies are going to be here. And also just excited because if either of these situations happen, we're either going to see a new pick out of Malriknos or we're going to see a new pick out of Suplex. So we'll see where the priorities are going to lie here as we're going into this draft.
Yeah, that's going to be hopefully very fun here because night market is a bit of a bugbear at times just because of not just the infamous night market angles, but just because of how closed in everything kind of feels. Night market comes off at the very least to me as like a very claustrophobic map. So being able to deal with all that ruckus effectively is what's going to signal the difference between victory and defeat here.
Yeah, and Big Smoke Manager will opt to go for the Atlas pick here. Takes that away from Malriknos. There's a chance. I'm not familiar with Malriknos' character pool, because there's going to be a pick we haven't seen before. There's a chance he's going to opt for a Malko himself. Actually, no, I do think we've seen the Now before, so Now's probably going to be in net there as the Asher gets picked up for Zealous there. Again, you said it before, Night Market very claustrophobic, very close range. So when you have strong force like an Asher, it's going to be so incredibly high on value and complete area shutdown as well. And we do have still the pick from Yoshi open here. I wouldn't even be surprised if we're going to see another Rune pick up here. So it will be the Rune as well that's going to make it so that midfield area is going to be so much more contested. Suplex going to show us a new pick here as well with the Kazan. Curious to see how well the Kazan pick is going to work out for him as he's playing on ping, right? Keep in mind, Suplex player coming from NA onto our server. As we have, ooh, Size Central, Zealous Suplex, both on the recovery drone, everyone else on Among Titans.
Yeah, so not too surprising, but that does mean that V is going to have to watch out. That does mean that, you know, like, these tiny bodies are going to have to be very careful around these big fellows, especially doing things like that. Just like very nice one-to-one suplex with that first goal early. Like, that Kazan already, I can promise you, is going to be everywhere, and he is going to be very scary.
He is going to be scary, and I'm curious to see how well the defense from Malicness will hold up on this now. Right now, not necessarily comparable to the defensive utility that a Finny or that an Atlas can bring. And that's gonna maybe be a difficulty, because also, you're not really great against playmaking forwards, and Kazan very much is one of those. With that hook, with those mix-ups, is gonna make your life very difficult here. As a recovery drone, by the way, just got popped off of Zealous a bit earlier, so now that safety net's also completely gone.
Yeah, like, Suplex managed to catch him off in a bad position, much like it was trying to do for Malkinshonaz and just managed to stun him and get that second goal in again fairly quickly, I feel like, for this game. Like, Veagles do not want this to go to a reset at all.
Yeah, they really do not want to, and you can see it now, right? The flip came out there as well, took one barrier, but down a barrier on both sides now. As Zealous is trying to secure a KO there, doesn't find it, but gets a lot of damage on them, so the attack will stand. Zealous has a flip on the Sasher as well, which he can try to use to take the barrier, but isn't going to be able to put himself into a situation to use it. Smalrickless uses the flip defensively there, and Suplex taking a lot of damage again, but holding on for now. And even if you find that KO, it's not really a KO, because the recovery drone is still up.
Yeah, like, you got to pull that off twice on Suplex. Meanwhile, Suplex only has to do it once. Like, that is a body out. That is a power play for the Veagles. Miyoshi was on the bench, and they did not get a barrier, but that does go to, like, demonstrate just the power that Suplex kind of, like, has and the threat that they pose that Baguette Boys just have to constantly be aware of.
Yeah, they'll just constantly have to play around it, but the flip will come out from V there, and a decisive first set from the Veagles here. They don't want to reset. They're saying this is like this biggest statement that they can make of saying, you know what, you guys had a good game one, you had a formidable game two, but this is where your road ends.
Yeah, no, and already you can kind of see what everybody's going to be going for. Their aerials, Might of the Colossus, I can definitely see, and I would not be surprised if the Atlas went for, I was about to say Big Fish, but also could just get Fight or Flight, or even Bulk Up, who knows. Point being, this is honestly a very good draft, I feel, for the Veagles.
Yeah, they're going to get mobility on their goalie, they're going to get mobility on V, and they're going to get even more size for Suplex to be working with. And together with that, more damage as well, right? Keep in mind, Might of the Colossus will give you a decent amount of damage. On the other hand, Zealous, more size, you're happy with. More speed for Malricnos is definitely also not bad. And Bulk Up for Miyoshi can be the difference maker between a KO or not finding a KO. But overall, I'd agree with you. The Weagles very much happy with this draft, and probably going out of that draft as the favorite.
Yeah, like, Malkarnos is moving very quickly, but sometimes that may not quite, like, be enough. Like Miyoshi getting taken out there, power play for the Veagles, and that's going to have to be an issue that they want to resolve very fast. They're going to try and have to, like, figure out how to get around that, because that is the second time in short order that Miyoshi got taken off the board. And with Miyoshi being who they are, like, as a rune, you want that rune to be throwing out pillars left, right, and center, like, as much as possible. So every second they are not doing that is a second where the possession of that core is in jeopardy.
Yeah, and the flip will come out there from V to answer Malricnos' flip to get that barrier down now. And it also seems to be a bit difficult because the side of the Baguette Boys, they're struggling to really get a strong attack going, in part because Zelos is playing around that midfield area, right? By the time the core gets up front, either Zelos has to catch it himself in that midfield and bring it up, and then he doesn't have anything to get past the Atlas anymore, or they might not even get that far. It's also a possibility, right? So I would like to see Zelos move up a little bit further, make use of that Asher just like that, because that's how you're going to be a threat. That's how you're going to get those goals in.
Yeah, like that's the thing. I 100% agree with you. Zelos is playing around the midfield, but we said it before, like last game. Asher is a bully. Asher wants to get up in your face, lean over you, and say, "Hey, what's up?" And when she does that, that's when she's at her best. And that's when she's going to be taking all those barriers and all those goals. And so like when you just have her kind of like around the midfield, yeah, I can understand wanting to kind of like push up and make like possibilities for like Miyoshi for Miyoshi pillars or something like that. But that's not her best role in my opinion. She wants to be in your face.
Yeah, most definitely, and we'll see if that is gonna be an adjustment that they can find, because I do find a barrier. V has a flip here, the pillar will get denied, but see, this is the pressure that Asher will have. That barrier drops almost immediately just because of her presence there. As Malricnus does not end up using the flip there, of course, gonna go in. It evens it out in points, but Baguette Boys, very winnable game for them. They just need to find that adjustment in their playstyle.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like, they have the characters, and the characters have the abilities that are needed. It's a shift in mentality that's gonna be needed, and that can be easy or hard. That's entirely dependent on like the person and the player. So at that point, it's like, oh, you kind of gotta watch what you nail with and start biting your nails a little bit. And you can see like Zelos is having a hard time resisting like playing around that midfield and. Nah, you need to kind of like push up for that, and they need to like constantly be that presence.
Yeah. Getting the barrier there, though, is big value, as Miyoshi has a flip as well. The core will find its way past Big Smoke there, actually, as now the Baguette Boys are in a 2-1 lead this set. It seems to be working out a bit more. Notably, though, I feel like they're being a lot more careful around the edges, because Suplex is getting a lot less value off of this Kazan open primary in terms of KOs.
No, I definitely agree with that. Like, Suplex is such an everywhere kind of player, especially like that. It's kind of been a bit of like a shock surprise. Like, hey, you're close to the edge? Cool, hold this for me. And next thing you know, they're on a power play. So, and again, it's Miyoshi who's kind of like ended up straying too far to the corner, and it's hard to wean yourselves out of it because of how Night Market is. Night Market is just such a bugbear. You always find yourself like around the edges for one reason or another, and that just puts you in a horrible position, especially against like characters who like to squish you up against it, like X or in this case Asher and Kazan.
Yeah, and Suplex there will find the strike past Malricnus as well, as they're now, again, in a 0.5. We've seen plenty of those, and again, it's a crucial 0.5, because the way this game's going to play out, it's going to be so different whoever wins this. Either you're going to have the Baguette Boys evening it out in sets, making it a close game, or as close as possible here, or you're going to have the Veagles take a huge lead, 2-0, which means that the Baguette Boys have seemingly no room for error anymore. So, Baguette Boys wanted through everything in their power here to not have to go down 2 sets here as they get the setup going, but Big Smoke Manager, just with a solid defense on his Atlas, makes it increasingly difficult for them to do anything.
Yeah, just very good like defense on there, and a little bit of a showdown there between Suplex and Malricnus, and Suplex gets the better of it with the barrier. So this is kind of like what they really don't want to happen, kind of like a near worst case scenario. Beautiful block by Big Smoke, gets the expanse out, and they have to be like very careful because all of these characters off the Veagles, they can redirect the core so quickly and transition from defense to offense in the blink of an eye, maybe even take a body with them as they do. So like you said, Baguette Boys have to play lights out at this point.
Yeah, and also something else that I've noticed right now, if you're paying a close attention to the levels, huge hook actually off the middle, we'll get the goal there. Big advantage for the Veagles. But if you pay attention to the levels, V is at level 8 already. V has been controlling this game so well from that midfield position with his Kai pick, showing why it is a pick to consider and to be aware of. So very great for them and a great showing for them in a clutch game like this, as we do have this next draft and Primetime is going to do a lot of work for the Sky, but Monumentalist, that's going to help with defense quite a bit.
Yeah, that's definitely going to help, as will the built different. It's a bit of a deny away from the Kazan, but also just very, very good for Asher in general. So no surprise there. I mean, Atlas kind of not really a whole lot for him, so just ends up having to take the Spark of Strength, which, I mean, sure, maybe it'll help a little bit. But what really helped was that recovery drone immediately taken. So very nice on them to be able to knock that out real fast early on. Yeah, things are starting to fly a little bit fiercer now, and we need to see like who can manage to like take advantage of that better. My gut says actually Veagles, but I'm not going to count Big Ed Boys out just yet.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, right, Zelos is now 3 Size Awakening. This Asher is absolutely massive, as you can see. If she's up front like that, there's nothing you can do about it anymore. But the recovery drone thing, you saw it before. Bigger character, bigger hitbox. You get caught in that Kazan open umbrella so much more now as well, so have to be even more careful around the edges there, as there's now a power play in favor of the Veagles here. They try to get the second barrier off of Malriknos, but this Monumentalist helps them so much, interrupting core early again, not letting them set up, but a nice strike from Suplex will find it nevertheless. Open goals on both sides, and a good ultimate from Suplex will just put it right in. A beautiful pop-up to put the Veagles 2 goals away from being our first Clarion Corp Trials champions.
Yeah, excellent patience from Suplex on both those shots on that play. Got the barrier open after a little bit of a stare down. Basically made Malriknos flinch, and then managed to score it in with like good timing, trying to basically counter the clear out there. So yeah, at this point, it is Veagles who are on the brink, and they just have to be able to stay consistent and drive it home.
Yeah, and you see it as well. They're being consistent because they're also denying the game plan so well. I mean, you saw V as well there. The evading that rune banish almost perfectly, just disallowing to be taken out of the game that cleanly. As a barrier does drop Big Smoke, not a mistake you want to be making in a position like this. The attack still is alive. Suplex has a flip soon. We'll probably try to use it, but again, Big Smoke not there with the strike in time. We're evened out. Miyoshi finds a crucial goal here, and we'll hope that the Baguette Boys will take that momentum and run with it.
Yeah, this is not the time you want to be flinching. Big Smoke has been doing like a great job on the defense so far, but now those barriers are falling a little bit fast, and Big Smoke is losing like a few more interactions than they were earlier. So like this is not the time to crack. Like obviously you never want to crack, but in this particular situation, when you're only like 2 points away from winning everything, then yeah, this is the literal last time you want to like show any cracks in the armor.
Yeah, and the open goal is back on the side of the Veagles, and the flip will come out from Zelos, will get shut down almost immediately by the Atlas, but the pressure is still there. Miyoshi just ever so slightly too small to contest that strike how he would have liked to. As Suplex is on the attack, Malriknos finds a clear out. Big Smoke again holding on to the defense here, and just finds these strike war wins that just have so much value against Miyoshi. He's holding it down, making up for that point before, as now the Baguette Boys are still on the attack, but they can't get this goal in, and the barrier drops now. Suplex finds it.
Yeah, very good. And a nice long shot from V. Knocks it into a corner. Malriknos cannot get to it. 1 point away. This is championship point.
1 point away. Flip on Big Smoke. Flip soon on V. So everything looks to be perfect for you in a situation. You want to have as much as possible to get this point in, and they do have the tools. Now you gotta make the most of it. As the first flip comes out, a barrier gets found. Suplex finds the strike, or almost finds the second one. Will also just narrowly miss out on it with a hook there. KO not being found off of Zelos. Zelos now playing it up, trying to make use of this Asher Rune combination to force it in, but a great barrage from Kai will interrupt that before it goes anywhere. Suplex receives the core at the bottom. A great banish will come out here to calm down the play a little bit, but again, not a single barrier drop just yet, as the Veagles will try to hold on to their defense. They do do lose a barrier, but it's gonna get turned right back. Open goal now on the side of the Baguette Boys. Marcos has a flip, needs to use it earlier. V immediately receives it. Suplex with the strike force. We'll find the win, we'll find the victory, and we'll find the season. Clarion Corp Trials champions are the Veagles now. They do find the series win here. Well executed.
That was an incredible last sequence. Just beautiful, beautiful passing, beautiful defense. Little bit of a sad moment because like they got that barrier with that one, but it basically went cross country to get their own, and from there, that was they kind of forced into a bit of a scramble, and Veagles took very quick advantage of it. That is it. The trials are over. Test complete. It is the Veagles who take it all.
They take it all. First time showing with NNA import as well. Suplex playing from the American server, doing a really good showing, but no really huge like performances coming out from Big Smoke and V as well, right? They were the backbone on the defense. They allowed Suplex to do everything he needed to do up front, and with that, they will take home the victory and this first season. Malric, Nocellas, Miyoshi, the Baguette Boys, great showing.
Yes.
They just fell short a little bit. But they can take away so much from the series to work on and improve on for the next season as well of the Clarion Corp Trials. But yeah, Big Smoke Manager V Suplex, congratulations. You have now been selected as the next big team of the Clarion Corp Trials. And unfortunately for you, you can't play in them now anymore, but you did it. You won. You're the first champions.
And we will be watching your careers with great interest.
Yes, see, you gotta take that now. Now it's a training boot camp to go even further. Well, I'm expecting you ESL Season 4, alright? But yeah, great showing, and yeah, I think that's gonna wrap up our season, P-Flare. You have any final words?
That was wild. That was crazy. That exhausted me. Let's do it again later.
Very real. You will be hearing from us in regards of a second Clarion Corp Trial season, but that's going to be it for us for now. Again, congratulations to the Veagles. You take home the first of our hopefully many series. But we're going to sign it off here. I hope all of you will have a lovely rest of your weekend, rest of your Sunday as well. And yeah, tune in next Saturday. USL Week 2 will be underway, so that's going to be great fun as well, with a bunch of fun matchups there again. But until then, that's been us from the Clarion Corp Trials, and hopefully we're going to see you guys around in the future again. Bye-bye.
Peace out.